1 championship, 8 races, legendary circuits, drivers from all over the world, 1 family, 1 passion, endurance racing. Welcome to the most professional endurance racing series for all drivers, amateurs, semi-professional and professional. Welcome to the 24-hour series powered by Hankook. Round 1, the Hankook 24 Hours of Dubai. Round 2, the Hankook 12 Hours of MUGELLO. Round 3, the Hankook 12 Hours of Circuit Paul Ricard. Round 4, Hankook 12 Hours of the Hockenheim Ring. Round 5, Hankook 24 Hours of Portimao. Round 6, the Hankook 24 Hours of Barcelona for the Trofeo Fermi Valer. Round 7, the Coppa Florio for the Hankook 12 Hours of Sicily. Round 8, the Hankook 24 Hours of Sebring. Can you beat the challenge of 8 endurance races? Will you become the 24-hour series champion for 2021? This is endurance. Call your racing friends and register now.
This is MUGELLO. This is the MUGELLO 12 Hours.
On that crucial lead lap. So a warm welcome to a sunny Mugello in the shadow of the Tuscan mountains and just a stone's throw away from local town Scarperia. We're about an hour's drive or thereabouts north of Florence as well. It's a fantastic place to go motor racing, and this is has become the traditional start for the European part of the 24H season. We've got a full calendar, of course, already in place for the 2021 version of this season, having already been to the 24 Hours of Dubai just over 2 months ago. So Mugello kicks off a whistle-stop tour of Europe, which will take in France in just over a month, just under a month's time actually, the 12 Hours at Circuit Paul Ricard. That is a straight 12 hours, all in one gulp. The 12 Hours of Hockenheim Ring the following month, and then we go to Portimao for 2 back-to-back 24-hour races. First of all, just not very far, short drive, I should say, from the coast of the Atlantic in the south of Portugal for the 16th, 17th and 18th of July, the 24 Hours of Portimao. And that, after a month's break, is followed by the 24 Hours of Barcelona at the start of September. A return trip to Sicily for the Coppa Florio 12 Hours at the start of October. That'll be the second year running that event has taken place. And finally, in November, the 24 Hours of Sebring represents our second flyaway event and our traditional visit to the USA, having done 3 versions of the Kota 24 Hours now. First to Sebring. So really looking forward to that brings our season to a close. We'll hear from Joe Bradley very, very shortly. But after 2 doses of qualifying earlier on today, 2 half-an-hour doses of qualifying for the TCE and the GT Series cars, the grid is set. And to look at that in detail, Ben Constant-Duras.
Thank you very much, Joe and Johnny. The view to the first corner at Mugello with the Tuscan Hills behind is an absolutely stunning place to go racing. For the first time in Europe for 2021, welcome along to the grid, and we're going to have a bit of a grid walk along some of the contenders at the front here. I will have to continue apologise for the mask. All people on the grid have to wear a mask. Now, Johnny said a second ago that it's sunny. Well, it is a bit. But having looked at the latest radar, there is a bit of rain knocking around. And in fact, if you can see at the back of our grid, right at the back, the hills over there have a slight haze to them. I'm a little concerned about that, as will all of the teams. There'll be wet tyres prepared by Hankook already. And let's have a quick word with some of our leading contenders, including the man that took pole position by, over a second by the end. Mike Verschoor will take this Renault around at the front of the field. Now, Mike, the Renault has some pedigree here, having taken victory. Only Ferrari and Porsche have taken victory elsewhere. What are your hopes for this first part of the race?
I think our car is not really fast on the long straights. We should really have it from braking and high-speed corners. So it will be tough in the beginning, but as soon as we have a little gap, then I can drive my own race. And the track is quite small and narrow, so it's difficult to overtake. And I think in a few laps, the cars from the back are already there, so quite interesting.
Not too many places to throw it down the inside under harder brake. It's not very much an easy place to overtake. So if you can get a good start, would you be happy to be leading from the front?
Of course, always. You always want to lead. Huh? Not only on the racetrack, you always want to win. But it's a good start, and I think it will be from position number 5, 6, it will be quite busy. So let's see, and if it is going to rain or not, I don't think so, but let's start the race.
Do you feel this tailwind coming down the start-finish straight? Because it's a long start-finish straight, and that wind is building and building.
Yeah, that's actually you only feel when you're slipstreaming behind someone else, then you really feel it, because it really feels a bit like somebody's pushing you from the back. It always gives you like an advantage from 6-7 kilometers. So, but we really need to have it from the corners and the brakes, because if they are really behind us on the long straights, then we're going to lose.
Good luck, Mike. Thank you very much. Sharing the car with Eric Van Loon, who owns the car and puts the colour scheme on it. Let's go over to the guys who will line up alongside them in the Audi. Pierre Caffer set the time in qualifying. Pierre is just here. And having a quick word with, always has a last-minute word with the engineer. Pierre did about half the session. Pretty comfortable that you were going to get pole position, I imagine.
No, we haven't been thought about the pole position, but we knew we have a strong car. It's an Audi, so we are really happy to be here and be part of the 24-hour series. And we're all looking forward for this beautiful race here in Mugello.
I imagine a mid-engine machine is exactly what you want around these sweeping turns.
I have to say, honestly, Mugello is one of my favorite tracks. It's an old-fashioned track, not where the asphalt is everywhere. So I like it quite a lot. And yeah, I'm looking forward for the race and the opening stint.
Now, when you put your time in halfway through that session, at that point, you were about a second faster than everybody else. You came into the pits, you chilled out. And by the end, Mike managed to pit you, but he'd done 14 laps. You'd only done about 4. So are you happy that the pace is there when it comes to the race?
Well, I have to say, it's everything can happen in a 12-hour race, and especially in long-distance races. So, I mean, we don't need to develop this Audi R8. It's a beautiful car, and we know how to set up the car. And from that point, we really have the knowledge of the car, and maybe that's one of the secrets.
Awesome. Thank you very much, Pierre Caffer, who took the pole position, as I say, midway through the session, then sat in the pit lane for the second half of the session, and eventually everybody caught up. Let's go on to row 2. Now, remember, 3 different marks of car have taken victory here at Mugello over the 7 different events that we've had in the 24/8 series, and Porsche, Renault, and Ferrari have been those cars. Now, Marco Siefried, I imagine. Well, he set the time in the car, but it doesn't look like as though Marco is going to be starting the car.
I'm not about
No,
to
you're
start.
definitely not starting the car, are you, Marco?
I'm doing the driver change for today.
But has the car got the pace for race conditions?
I think we have a quite set up car for race pace. It's just, we have to see how it builds because everybody start looking down there and nobody has had the chance to drive in the rain. And yeah, let's see how it goes when we really face that condition. But I'm confident even in that. Porsche is well known being strong in the rain. And yeah, we're prepped for it.
Interesting different strategy from the guys on the front row. They've got their pro driver in. You're obviously chilling out. So what's the kind of the thought process behind that?
The strategy is that I'm hopping in by tomorrow for my yeah, given hours. So we just try to stay out as long as possible since we have the 120-liter capacity of fuel. And yeah, try to stay as close as possible to the leading guys and then try to strike back tomorrow.
And that 4-hour break, or that after 4 hours, the break overnight, how crucial is that to make sure you've got a decent position and you haven't lost too much time before that point?
I think that's one of the main points we have to focus on. Maybe they even will change the strategy within those 4 hours. If we are too further down, I might change and hopping in towards the end. So it's not really 100% sealed.
Thank you very much, Marco. In the car for qualifying, but not yet in the car for this Friday, but Saturday, obviously, we've got 8 hours. So we're going to head back to the front of the grid now and take a quick break from all the interviews and have the national anthem of Italy here in Mugello.
Thanks, everybody. Fratelli d'Italia, l'Italia sede sta dell'elmo di Scipio s'ercinta la testa dove la vittoria le porga la chiama che schiava di Roma, Iddio la creò. Fratelli d'Italia, l'Italia sedesta dell'elmo di Scipio se cinta la testa, dov'è la vittoria le porga la chioma che schiava di Roma, Iddio la creò. Stringiamoci a corte, siamo pronti alla morte, siamo pronti alla morte, l'Italia chiamò. Stringiamoci a corte, siamo pronti alla morte, siamo pronti alla morte, l'Italia chiamò. Sì! Thank you, everybody. This was the national anthem. Thanks from Silvia. Thank you, Peter.
Beautifully sung national anthem there from Sylvia, and she will make her way back off the grid. Only a few people are actually allowed on the grid here, quite limited, so that's why it's not looking quite as busy as it would usually do. I want to go back to a bit further down the grid now and have a couple of chats with some of the TCX and TCE competitors. If we can get down there before the race starts, of course. The 10-minute board was just raised above Sylvia's head as she was presenting the national anthem there, and that wind is definitely building here on the grid. If you look directly into wind, then there isn't a cloud coming, but it might just skim the circuit if that rain does come. Such a great field of GT cars. I've slightly probably been a bit over ambitious to try and get down to the tail of the GT3s and into the TC cars. A great chance, I suppose, to look at all the various different cars we've got here. The Ginetta, by the way, of Colin White is in full build. It's at the end of pit lane, so it will take a pit lane start. I think that's the only car that we are missing, although I didn't have a chance to see where the Zach Speed Mercedes was. This was a very silly idea, by the way, boys, to walk all the way down to the grid, down to there. I wanted to talk to Rick Breukers, to be fair, because he'd done such a great job in qualifying and then got pipped by 4 thousandths of a second easy by the BMW. But yeah, it's a lot of cars to get down here. This was a bad idea, wasn't it? I'm glad that you're probably not on this picture of us walking down here, but I'll be properly puffed by the time we get down to the tail end. Such an eclectic mix of cars, the Porsche GT3 cars, we've got the Vortex V8 machine, PBs, Lotuses, further down here, GT4 BMW. Well, I'll be chatting to various members of all these teams across the 12-hour race that we have. There is the Zach Speed Mercedes, so that has made it out onto the grid, which is good news, with a shiny new front end. There was a bit of concern when they were rebuilding that there may be more damage done than just cosmetic, but looks to be all good. Watch out for those Russians coming up through the field. Right, we've finally made it to the TCE field. Rick has got his helmet on. Oh no, is my RF not going to work down here? Nobody told me that. Let's have a quick word with Rick before he gets in the car. Sorry. I've walked all the way down here, so I might as well try and have a word. Rick, in qualifying, you were fastest about 4 times, but all those laps were taken away from you, and you finally managed one at the end.
Yeah, I was just doing the same as in free practice, but I think they changed the mind on how they were looking at the track limits. Luckily, on the end, there was one which was good enough for the marshal, so happy with that. And we are on P2 in our division, but P1 in class, so hopefully it will be the same at the end of the race.
Front-wheel drive for you, rear-wheel drive for the BMW. How do you race that with different lines and all the rest?
To be honest, because we are in different classes, we're not really racing against each other. So we will just see how it will turn out after the green flag, and then see how the race goes.
Awesome, I'll let you get into the car. Thank you very much. Rick Breukers there. And just behind, actually, in P4, is it? Yes, it's P4, is the newer version of the Cupra. You can see how different the two cars look. Absolutely beautiful, aggressive machine for the Fernandez trio. And then the BMW. Actually, the BMW is the only car not to be a TCR car in the top 4 positions, isn't it? The pole position car. And then we've got their teammate, the 202. Now, I reported on the 202 car having a few issues on the front left, but that obviously has been solved as well. So great field of cars. Fingers crossed that weather stays away at the back of the field. I'm sorry you spent so long walking, but I think it's time to head back up to the commentary box with Joe and Johnny.
Thank you, Ben Constanduras. Plenty more to come from you through the course of this opening 4 hours then during regular pit stops, and no doubt there'll be 1 or 2 which are caused by dramas out on the racetrack as well. I've got a latest weather forecast in front of me here, and the chance of rain is barely getting above 5% over the next 4 hours. Lots of cloud, and obviously with that brings some unpredictability. There's a little bit of sun peeping through that mostly cloudy sky as well, but we'll keep our fingers crossed that with a sort of 15 km/h wind from the southwest, it's not going to bring any of the wet stuff with it. But quite obviously, the teams are keeping a close eye on the radar and on the skies above as well. There will be some Hankook wet weather tyres just waiting in the wings. A chance though to look at the starting grid. Now this was all determined by a qualifying session for the GT Series cars earlier on today, 30 minutes of that, and it was preceded by a 30-minute TCE Series qualifying session as well. Equipe Vasseur never won this race before, but a Renault RS01, which is their weapon of choice, has done. That happened in 2016 when V8 Racing were victorious here at Mugello. So they will start as dark horses for this race, I would wager. Mike Verschoor did the time, 1:45.551. Eric Van Loon and Harry Colin are the other drivers in the number 9. And alongside it will be Rutronic Racing by TECE. That's the number 18 Audi R8 LMS. We heard from Pierre Caffer on the grid. He set the time, 1:46.680. Then the first of 2 Herbert Motorsport Porsches, a 1:46.8 for Jürgen Hering, who starts, but Marco Seefried set the time. Fourth on the grid will be the number 11 Middle Cap Racing with Scuderia Praha Ferrari 488. That's an Evolution 488, but from 2019, a 1:47.342. And also a 2019 spec Ferrari starts 5th for German squad Hella Pagid Racing 1. It'll be Daniele Di Amato to start that car, number 30. Ralph Bone in the 91 Herbert Motorsport Porsche starts 6th, 1:47.533 for the second of the Herbert Motorsport Porsches. Then the Hijili by T2 Racing 911, Porsche 911, number 66 of Switzerland, 1:47.655. Kessel Racing's Ferrari 488, a 2020 version, will start from 8th position with a 1:47.7. In 9th place, 5th row on the grid, Dynamic Motorsport Porsche from Italy. Mauro Calamia, the Swiss driver, to start that car, but he'll be joined by home driver Roberto Pampanini. CP Racing, the American squad, with their number 85 Mercedes, did a 1:48.523. The time was set by Charles Espenlau, who starts the car. 11th position for MP Racing, another Italian squad, car 58. That's a Mercedes, though, rather than a Ferrari. David Gosner to start that car. And the Car Collection Motorsport Audi, late to the session earlier on, and they managed to post a 12th best time, a 1:51.121. Then the Lippert Motorsport Lamborghini Huracan, the Super Trofeo spec machine. That car starts from 13th place alongside GDL Racing's 969. Reiter Engineering is a KTM Crossbow for the GTX category, starts 15th alongside Willi Motorsport by Ebby Motors. 955 is a Porsche Cup car. That starts from 16th position. On the 9th row, it is due to be the 720 machine, which is another Lamborghini Super Trofeo from Silla Liao. I've completely mispronounced that name. We will get that right by the end of the race. RD Signs Racing Team. It's a GTX entered machine, number 720. GDL Racing, the 991 class car, starting next up. Then it is the Profile Doors by Uber Racing 924 machine alongside Jutta Racing. Duvo Racing and Ebby Motors will be on the 11th row. Stadler Motorsport alongside Vortex V8 for the 12th row. The Lotus PB Racing, the aforementioned Lotus that Ben spotted on the grid, will start 25th alongside ST Racing's number 438 car. ST Racing have brought a BMW M4. The Vortex V8 of France will start from 27th alongside Chetri Porsche Ticino and the 412. And Team Zakspeed, let's keep our fingers crossed that that car is there, but it didn't take part in qualifying. Cars being released from the grid now. Trophies are present in the middle of the track as well, so everyone needing to leave the grid with some caution, but the trophy cabinet is protected by yellow flags either side of it, and that is what we're racing for this weekend, the opening round of the European segment of the 24H series, the 12 Hours of Mugello, its 7th edition, and we've always traditionally had a hard-fought race really through each of the 12 hours. But a lot of the hard work and the underpinnings of obtaining a trophy has had to be done on the Friday of the weekend. Mauro Calamia already trying to build tyre temperature. And as we explore our various vantage points for the next 12 hours, courtesy of cameras mounted in the cockpit of various drivers. Pierre Caffer, for instance, carries one of the onboard cameras, as does the Kessel Racing with Ferrari machine of Marco Frezza, who was qualifying a little earlier on as well. A reminder that the opening qualifying session for the TCE cars gleaned a pole position for JR Motorsport and their BMW, the 203 machine of Ted van Vliet, Voortschlaus and Sandra van der Sloot. And that car will start alongside the 101 car of Rick and Ivo Breukers. We heard briefly from Rick on the grid as well. Said he's not overly concerned about the BMW that starts alongside, and the times were very much comparable. A 158.8 for the BMW, a 158.9 for the Red Camel Jordans.NL Cupra. Then the AC Motorsport Audi will start from second position in TCE alongside the RC2 junior team by Cabra Racing, who brought this brand new Cupra Leon Competition. JR Motorsport in the 202 starts from third, rather from the third row and fifth position alongside the Autorama Motorsport by Wolf Power Volkswagen Golf. There's the NKPP Race Power Volkswagen Golf. There's the NKPP Racing by Baz Kooten, number 175. Seventh place alongside Jutta Racing Junior and the 121, which is another Cupra, the Lithuanian squad present on the grid. Elite Motorsport will start from the inside of row 5, Speed Lover alongside Lotus PB Racing starting from the 42nd position overall on the grid, 6th row within TCE, and CWS Engineering 278. Ben reporting that that car was parked up at the end of the pit lane, so quite possibly to start the race from the pit lane, if not tacking onto the back of this big grid of cars which streams past the main start and finish buildings for the second time. 2 formation laps therefore ahead of a rolling start, and the 7th edition of the Hankook 12 Hours of Mugello. Prime time therefore to introduce once again Joe Bradley, who is co-commentating with me for the next 12 hours. 4 of them today, Joe, and this outside threat of rain, which could make things very interesting.
I'll be disappointed if it does rain, Johnny, because it's just proved how useless my weather app is on my phone. As my weather app says, no rain whatsoever, either today or tomorrow. So I'm hoping that weather will stay away. It will give us a consistent track condition. It's a lovely 18 degrees, 20 degrees. I know Ben described it clouding over. I'm pretty sure the ambient temperature hasn't dropped. It's common practice for the 24H series to split the races over 2 parts. We've got 4 hours today, 8 hours tomorrow. I find that very, very civilized, especially when you're in Tuscany. Why not break for this evening, have a nice dinner and a few Italian glasses of wine, and then we'll reconvene tomorrow for the rest of the race. Into the pits, though, already with a problem, while the rest of the field on their parade lap is the 205, and that's in with what looks like an engine problem, JP.
And that's one of now 3 cars that are in the pit lane. I told you about the Colin White machine that was expected to start from the end of pit road, but also hearing from Ben Constanduris that the 910 Jutta Racing Porsche is also in the pit lane, but at the end of it awaiting a green light. So they're still being shown the red light, and therefore the instruction to stay put for the time being. And then presumably once the whole of the grid goes by, they will be allowed into the race. But worrying for the Lotus PB Racing crew of Italy, who have this Lotus Elise Cup car, but a potential engine problem, you think, Joe, for that car?
Great. Well, purely born out of the fact that I saw the team looking into the engine bay. That's a mid-engine Lotus Elise, and they were looking towards the engine compartment on that car. Never a good sign. Great team, great atmosphere within that team, and of course, the car starting from pit lane. In the build-up to the start of the race, the procedure is that the pit lane exit is closed, and if you don't get out of the pits in that time, you have to start from the pit lane. And what that means, when the whole field has gone by, then you'll join on the back of the of the field of cars once we've got the race underway. That's what will happen to those 2 cars, and hopefully the number 205 Lotus will get out, and hopefully it's just a little issue with them, and they can resume and get involved.
Well, we talked about the number 1 job being staying on the lead lap within your class for day 1. That's already very tricky for the 3 cars that are stuck in the pit lane with no escape. But Joe has explained, unsafe for us to release those cars straight into the pack, so they'll have to allow everybody through first of all. We're about to get rocking and rolling for the European part of the 24H series then in 2021. This has been a long time coming, it seems, but Mugello 2021 back to its more traditional March date, and 5 red lights are extinguished immediately, and already the whole pack of cars spreading out across the width of this Mugello circuit. It looked initially to be a good getaway for the Renault RS01. It is indeed. Mike Verschoor starting the number 9 car then alongside Pierre Caffer, who's going to go around the outside into turn 1 here at Mugello and take the race lead, I think. That will give him the inside line into the first lot of sweepers here. Turn 2 is Luco and Poggio Secco to come next, and the Audi has got the jump on the Renault RS01. Very neat bit of driving there from the German Pierre Caffer in his Rutronic Racing Audi R8, and he leads then the Renault RS01 of Iki Verschoor and Mike of Family Verschoor. Josef Kral in the Ferrari looked to be slotting into 3rd position for Middlecat Racing with their Scuderia Praha prepared Ferrari, and Jürgen Hering in the best of the 2 Herbert Motorsport Porsches started 4th, and I think it's just about held station there. Josef Kral actually slipping back to 5th place by the looks of things. That was the number 8 car in its red and white colours. No, Kessel Racing that was, making ground, I should say, of Marco Frezza, who started 8th and is already up to 5th position, if I'm reading that correctly. So through the rather fast right and left of Scarperia and Pelagio, then the short burst of throttle down to Corin Chow, which is the right-hander that takes the track round the back of the grandstand that overlooks the start-finish straight. Biandetti, the very fast left and right sweeper, it's more of an S-bend than a chicane, brings you then into Puccini, which is a classic overtaking spot, and having more than a long look up the inside there was Marco Frezza, obviously not happy with the 3 places he's already gained, trying to get up to 4th place by the end of the first lap. Not going to quite do that though, and after an electric start from Pierre Caffer, he's going to lead the way, Joe Bradley, after 1 lap completed.
Yeah, and as ever, Johnny, none of these drivers getting the memo that this is a 12-hour race, and already we're seeing a race breaking out as if it's a 10-lap sprint. A little bit of a look down the inside, or around the outside, I should say, by the Renault in turn 1. Not quite enough to get any kind of momentum to get past Kappa in the lead, but a great first lap by the Audi driver, using the momentum that he could carry around the middle to the outside of that first turn, and he certainly made that stick and hangs on to that lead.
So Caffer, Verschoor, Josef Kral, who did get a good getaway, Daniele Diamato, who races for Halapagid Racing 1, and Marco Frezza, who I talked about on that opening lap, mean that it's actually 3 Ferraris now in the top 5, but they are the lowest positions within that top 5, because the race is led by an Audi, and second place the Renault RS01, but the local prancing horses are starting to make their presence felt now after a relatively quiet qualifying session, and the quickest driver in each combination being installed, unsurprisingly, for this opening stint. Also a nice dice developing as the lower order of the top 10 work their way through Arrabbiata 2, so the uphill right-hander at turn 9. And that's pretty much Diamato, Frezza, Ralph Bone, who's in that queue, Charlie Espenlau, and Elmar Grimm for Car Collection Motorsport, who's gained places as well. That car qualified in 12th position, already up to 8th place now for the tall German, Elmar Grimm, who often has to be folded into that Audi R8 for the opening stint. Jürgen Hering, the one to lose ground then in the second of the Herbert Motorsport Porsches, and the fastest lap on the first flying lap is produced by Josef Kral in the 3rd place Ferrari. So Middlecat Racing with Scuderia Praha, former winners of this event, creeping up the order. They're up to 3rd place now with 0.8 of a second to try and find on Mike Verschoor. The early stages, Joe, just allow the leaders to make use of this open and empty track up ahead of them. You can't necessarily guarantee that after about 10 minutes when these leading cars will catch the TCEs.
Yeah, absolutely. On the subject of TCE, the 205 Lotus has come back into the race. It's had a fuse box change, just reported to me from Ben in the pits. The TCE lead, by the way, the pole position car hangs on to that lead, but joining it, just behind it, is the sister GR Motorsport Baschoten in the 202, has gone through into second in the E46 version of the BMW M3. That's got allowed Rick Breukers to drop down to third in TCE behind the two BMWs. But yes, like you said, Johnny, I always describe this part of a split race as a bit like a high-speed game of chess, and I use that analogy all of the time. But you know, if you are Pierre Caffer, do you want to, push and get yourself a 5-minute lead, for instance? Because, well, 5-minute lead, that's a bad example. Get yourself a minute's lead, because when this race stops in 4 hours, that 1 minute is condensed to nothing again. It's like effectively putting the safety car out overnight. So all he'll want to do is kind of manage the car and manage that lead of the race. And as we say that, he's lost the lead that time by Johnny.
Yeah, because the blue and white Renault for Mike Verschoor has got back ahead, and now Pierre Caffer's under quite a bit of pressure from Josef Kral, who isn't taking it easy either in the older of the two versions of the Ferrari that are on display this weekend, both of the Evolution variety, but one from last year and one from 2 years ago. And Josef Kral in the slightly older machinery doesn't seem to be slowing him down one jot, and running in third position, now pressurising Pierre Caffer into a potential mistake, but that could be a long wait. Daniele Diamato in fourth position for Hella Padgett Racing 1, not regulars with the 24H series, although they have done a few Dubais from memory, and Diamato obviously hailing from Italy, so this a great opportunity to get his motorsport campaign underway early on. Marco Frezza, an absolute best through the middle sector there for the Kessel Racing pilot, and that car is running in fifth place, ahead of the best Porsche in the order, which is Ralph Bone for Herbert Motorsport, car number 91. Charles Espenlaub in the best of the Mercedes. So what's happened to the other Mercedes in GT3 AM? David Gosner, having qualified that car very well, wasn't that second on the grid from the session earlier on? No. It was up there anyway, and the Rutronic Racing machine of Pierre Caffer qualifying on the front row with Equipe Verschoor. But David Gosner and his Mercedes for MP Racing sadly tumbling the wrong way, down to 12th position for car 58, and a little bit of work to do from there. Victor Scheitar in his Team Zakspeed Mercedes did take the start of the race, so that's very good to see after Zakspeed failed to appear in qualifying. And Scheitar working his way therefore from the stone last on the grid to now be just within one car's length of the rest of the GT3 AM entry. In fact, he's now managed to deposit Sabino Di Castro in the class-leading Porsche for the 991 division. 955 therefore been overtaken by Victor Scheitar, and it is one solid bank of GT3 AM cars at the sharp end of the field. 13 machines entered, and they're all in the top 13 positions. Very, very busy into Buccini though, as the TCE field tries to sort itself out in the early stages of this race.
And the TCE field, Johnny, backing up behind the second of our GT4 runners. It's the Sentry Porsche Ticino, just moving ahead of it stays in position. The GR Motorsport BMW is being delayed, I would think, by the Porsche Cayman ahead of it. This has allowed Rick Breukers to get ahead of the E46, the sister GR Motorsport, the 202 car, now being overtaken by the 101 of Rick Breukers. And these guys are now bunching together. There's very little time between the second place GT4 car, which is running in the GT part of this race, and then we've got the top three in TCE bunched up right behind it, and getting into the mix is the Jutta Racing Porsche of Julius Adomanovicius in the 910. Remember, that car started from the pit lane, so that car will surely make its way through this TCE field and join in with the 991 battle eventually.
So yeah, the three Lithuanians in that Jutta Racing Porsche, two of which are semi-pros, and you've got Andreas Gelzinis, who's the AM, as more place changes take place. I think Charles Espenlaub has lost a couple of spots on this lap. Are we waiting for the 85 to come through? No, it's just not triggered the beam on one of my timing screens, but is okay on the other one. So we'll keep him in 7th for the time being. Elmar Grimm doing the chasing then, and 4 seconds separate Espenlaub from Grimm. Mark Basseng shouldn't be wasting any time there in the Hegili by T2 Racing Porsche. Look out for Basseng to creep his way up the order as well. 5 laps done. Equipe Vachour leads GT Series by just over 2 seconds. Let's make sure we're not forgetting about the TCE part of the race though. Ted van Vliet versus Rick Breukers. It was pretty much those two having a ding-dong scrap in qualifying as well. And as much as Rick suggested to Ben Constantiouris that he wouldn't be bothered too much about the BMW M30 from JR Motorsport, the thing is there's still physical cars out there that you are going to be forced into racing door handle to door handle with, whether you like it or not. And Rick couldn't hold Baz Schouten back on that lap because the BMW E46 from JR Motorsport has also managed to squeeze through. It's a JR Motorsport 1-2 therefore in the TCE series. 2 TCX cars to the sharp end, and Rick Breukers now doing the chasing.
Those 2 cars swapping positions. That's twice they've swapped in the last 2 laps. News on the GT4 field. The leader of the GT4 class, which was the 438 number John Miller ST Racing BMW M4, has come into the pits. He's gone straight back out. Ben's on the job. He's going to investigate exactly what the issue was. But that car now dropped down to 40th overall, and it's lost the GT4 lead. I mentioned the car in 2nd place was the Porsche Cayman, 2nd place in GT4 that is. That's the car that's been like the cork in the bottle with the TCE runners behind them. Currently 2 TCX cars lead TCE with the first of the TCR runners in the form of Rick Breukers. That's not going to stay the same though, Johnny. These two are having a cracking battle there. Maybe somebody needs to tell them we've still got a long way to go.
Yes, and there may well be team chiefs on the radio here saying, steady on fellas, realise that you're trying to get a gap in the early stages, but at the same time you don't want to start to overly stress the car. Having said that, a modern day GT or indeed TCE car are built for toughness and will take punishment throughout the full 12 hours, so there's not immediately a problem there. These races a number of years ago turned into flat out sprints. And I'm talking 6-7 years ago, quite possibly the first Mugello 12 hours, we were going hammer and tongs just as soon as the red lights were put out. And no longer do we have endurance racing where you're having to drive around issues with the car, take it easy for the first 11 or 10 or 11 hours, and then really push hard in the closing stages. You push hard from the very outset, particularly in this format of a 12-hour race, where it's all about increasing your stranglehold on the race in readiness for the big show tomorrow, the 8 hours that will follow this initial 4-hour segment.
I was going to mention, Johnny, I began to talk about this and then we were sidetracked by action on the track. But there's several ways to look at this split aspect of the race. It adds in another layer of tactics, if you like. But if you're leading, do you then push to extend that lead to a minute, which is then going to disappear overnight? Or do you manage the way that you lead the race if you have got that kind of ability to do so and that performance advantage? And likewise, the cars behind the leader, they will want to keep as close to the leader as possible because all bets are off when we reconvene tomorrow morning. Add into that the aspect of how you finish this first 4 hours. Remember, the cars go into a parc fermé situation. You're not allowed to do anything to the cars. You're not allowed to repair them. You're not allowed to do anything other than just take the covers off, dust them off and do a quick visual inspection before we restart the race tomorrow. So what that means is that you're going to start tomorrow's race with the amount of fuel in the fuel tank, how you finish today's section of the race. So do you pit before the flag comes out this afternoon and then start with a fresh tank of fuel tomorrow? I'm glad I'm sat here and not on the pit wall, Johnny, having to make those kinds of decisions.
Well, the other thing that's staring me right in the face is this opportunity to buy back the best part of 90 seconds if you're in a position to do it, because remember, you may trail your class leader by just under a lap, and you are set then to gain, well, it could be as much as 1 minute and 45 seconds overnight, because that just evaporates. So surely that's too good an opportunity to miss out on, is getting all that time back again overnight. But it is a delicate thing, because if you fall off your class lead, you don't get that back. You finish it over a lap behind and it stays as a lap. So those are very treacherous waters to be negotiating, I would say. Is it better to play it safe and to get some fuel in before the checkered flag? So that's one less thing to do in the morning. All of these things will have been thought about by the teams, and then you try and plan them to the best of your ability. But the problem is Code 60s can very often throw a plan like that straight out of the window, and you need to fall back on plans B, C and possibly Z. So it's tricky, and I don't know of many other championships around the world, in fact, that actually employ this format of racing, which is brilliant because it's a unique situation. Not unique in the sense that this is the only race of the year that does it. There are other races to come that will be split as well, and we have had split races in all sorts of different formats. Not always the 4 and the 8, sometimes a 3 and 9, sometimes a 5 and a 7, in fact. And Kota, a few years ago, we had a 24-hour race, again stopping for a portion of the night. So lots to think about, and it doesn't necessarily tally with previous years when you've run in this race. Now, this is a really interesting phase because Ferrari's nose to tail in the GT series are having to negotiate the slower TCE cars. This might present an opportunity for someone like Marco Frezza, who is right on the tail of Josef Kral. They stay in the 3rd and the 4th placed order, so Kral ahead of Frezza. I'll keep my eye on this all Ferrari battle as we hear from Ben in the pits.
To what you were saying about driver stints as well. We've got the top 3 all going with their semi-pro drivers, whereas Herbert Motorsport choosing not to use Marco Seefried in this first part of the race and instead going with one of their amateur drivers, therefore saving Marco's stint time for tomorrow, whereas some of these pro drivers are already using some of their stint time in this earlier part of the race, this first stint of the race, which perhaps is maybe less significant than tomorrow's larger portions. So there's another thing to think about, not just in terms of keeping that car on one lap, and of course that's very important, but moreover how much time you use for all of your different drivers. Yeah,
no, very good point. And I'm sure a lot of drivers will have just thought, let's just forget about Friday, because the race will be won and lost on a Saturday. But this is a stonking battle, isn't it, Joe, between Josef Kral and Marco Frezza. They're heading through Corinchao now to then whiz through the left and right chicane at Biondetti. And about a lap ago, Frezza had a brilliant chance to get by Josef Kral, presented because there was just a wall of traffic ahead of Kral, and he was trying to pick his way through as best he could. The Kessel racing car, being those extra couple of metres further back, just had that bit more time to react and judge where Kral was going to go and dodge around the traffic accordingly. In the end, that opportunity came and went, and the blue, black and white Ferrari again has just about the advantage heading into the right-hander, the first corner. Now also doing the chasing for Hella Pagid Racing 1, another Ferrari, is Daniele Di Amato. So let's not discount Di Amato either, who's taking a watching brief. And well, ideally these two Ferraris up ahead for him will tangle, and the man who hails from Rome, Daniele Di Amato, 30 years old, might spot the opportunity to get by. Raced in GT Italia last year and indeed the year before. No stranger therefore to GT3 machinery. He's a Ferrari Europe champion as well in the pro class from 2017. So vastly experienced. This, I think, is his first experience, though, of 24H Series racing. So welcome to the fold, Daniele Di Amato. And we have noticed you on the grid, put it that way. And as these three Ferraris duke it out for the bottom step of the podium, Mike Verschure enjoys a 3.4 second advantage over Pierre Caffa. And it's just less than that margin from Caffa back to Kral. But a nice little queue developing now for the third place position, also involving Ralph Bone, as a couple of Porsche Cup cars get almost side by side into the first corner, and also driving a very wide Mercedes, also from the GT3 category. I don't think we've got any GT4 Mercedes in the entry this weekend. No, the only GT4 cars by name are the Gentry Porsche Ticino 718 Cayman. There's also a 718 Cayman from Speed Lover, and the ST Racing BMW M4 for the Canadian squad, started by John Miller. So all of the three-pointed stars are in the top class in GT Series, and the best of them being Charles Espenlaub in the CP racing car number 85. But Joe, getting a little bit strung out at the head of the order, it is all about the fight for third position. Josef Kral, Marco Frezza, Daniele Di Amato and Ralph Bone in the Porsche, together with Charles Espenlaub and Mark Basseng in his Porsche, Mauro Calamia as well. As over the line goes one of a couple of GTI Volkswagen Golfs. So that wasn't the Autorama version. There's also the entry from Elite Motorsport, so it has to have been them. Pierluigi Alessandri in the Volkswagen GTI TCR with the DSG gearbox. So an identical example of the Autorama Motorsport car. Now, Autorama were due to have two cars on the grid, but sadly, the 112 car announced as a retirement yesterday after a very dramatic crash at the fast sweeping bends at Arrabbiata. And I understand that the 112 Autorama Motorsport entry went off at turn 9, which is a very fast part of the circuit, nosed into the barrier with such force that it actually plucked the whole engine out of the bonnet of that car. I don't think we've ever quite seen an incident like that. Almost as if the engine was on a quick release setting, and it left it stuck in the middle of the racetrack, parked up on the curb basically. So the car a lot lighter when it was towed back to the garage, and I think Autorama Motorsport took one look at that and said there really isn't anything we can do. Too many crucial attachments ripped out of the car, that the way that the engine sits in the engine bay had been destroyed, and they just could not fix that car in time. But just if you ever get a chance to see photographs of that, there are one or two knocking around on the internet, I understand. A bizarre moment. Thankfully, nothing reported to us as far as a serious condition for the driver. All the punishment taken from the nose of that car, and the engine entirely removed in the process of that crash. So Autorama Motorsport down to just one machine. Emil Heyerdahl, who pilots the number one car.
And you know, Johnny,
that's the case in the TCE series. And Joe, you and I kind of looked at those photographs in disbelief.
Yeah, I'm not sure I've actually seen a saloon car type. The TCR car I would class as a saloon race car, where the engine has been completely ripped out. I mean, it kind of happens with mid-engine sports cars where the engines are stress members and such. That's quite common. It's they're made to do that. But certainly this car, the Golf GTI TCR, with the engine completely missing from the engine compartment, the front of the car was off. The thing is, Johnny, the Autorama Motorsport by Wolf Power Racing Team are not strangers to adversity like that. And certainly in Dubai, for instance, they lost one of their cars in the free practice sessions. They went to the local Dubai Volkswagen dealer and acquired a shell of the Golf GTI TCR, and they reshelled the car to take part in the Dubai race. I'm sure that was at the forefront of their mind when this was in the script for the other day. It was like, hang on, this was Dubai script I've got here. Pass me the MUGELLO script. Unfortunately, no, it was true. A big off in the second Arabiata. I think from what Stefan Tanner from the team told me, the car lost it in the first part and actually hit the wall on the inside of the turn, which is driver's right, and that's where he impacted the concrete wall, and it was a big hit. Thankfully, driver Roberto Ferri was absolutely fine, but a big hit. I'm sure he's got a bit of a headache and a few bruises today after that one. Huge hit, and of course, so much damage to the car. Not even the Autorama with Wolf Power Racing team could put that back together, and if a team can put anything back together, they can. So you've got to believe it was a big one when they can't get that car fixed and into this race.
Yeah. Well, a testament to kind of how strong the safety cell within that Golf is, because as you say, although battered and bruised, the driver was okay essentially, and all the punishment taken by the front of the car, which plucked the whole 2-litre engine out. Incredible. Bit of a wiggle for one of the Porsche Cup cars down at turn 1, and that actually did a favour for the pursuing Ferrari. Because it squirmed and slid off the racing line. I think that car's got a puncture, in fact. It looks to be down on the rear left corner. That'll be one of the 3-digit numbered Porsches, beginning with 9, being in the 991 division. Sabino Di Castro, by the way, leading that particular class for Willy Motorsport by Ebby Motors. Second position for San Marino outfit GDL Racing and Axel Blom in the Porsche, and Duvo Racing of Luxembourg running in third place for Andrei Mukovoz. But yes, a slow car heading around the track, and that'll be straight to the pit lane, I'm sure. Just trying to work out exactly which machine that is, but we'll get there. And that's again something to be wary of, Joe. This place now was Mugello resurfaced for last year's Formula One Grand Prix? Because this place, historically, it's always been quite abrasive around here. A, because of the speed, but also B, the asphalt's been fairly old, unless it was resurfaced last year, as I say.
I'm not sure it was. I know Turkey was resurfaced, wasn't it? And I think Portimao was resurfaced also for the arrival of Formula One. I'm not sure whether this track was. Certainly the tarmac, just visually, looks like the old style tarmac. Very much a puncture on the 909 Porsche there, confirmed from information from the track there, and the car being nursed round, Johnny. But getting back to what you said there, as far as I'm aware, I don't think the track has been resurfaced. I may be wrong on that one. I think Formula One paid for all of the tracks to be resurfaced before they visited them for the first time.
Well, no doubt about it. It's destroyed the rear left tyre on the 909, which was the Duvo Racing car that I was mentioning being in third position. No longer is that the case, I'm afraid to say. And first job therefore for Andrei Mukovoz is to head to the pit lane and get that rear tyre replaced. Duvo turning out again in their traditional colours, which is essentially a white Porsche, but with the red and the blue triangles on the front and the rear of that car, looking very smart indeed. And Duvo Racing back for yet another season of 24H series competition. They have been a regular in this championship through the years, and I'm sure we're at Dubai. Yes, they were, with Mukovoz and with Stanislav Sidoruk, Sergei Pegorudov and Dylan Pereira being the lineup there. Well, no Dylan Pereira this weekend, but they do have the three Russians of Mukovoz, Sidoruk and Peregudov. Meanwhile, so the puncture first encountered by Andrei Mukovoz at the first corner. I mentioned that car was squirreling around and actually helping out the two Ferraris behind of Josef Kral and Marco Fretzer. It meant that they didn't need to go around the outside of that Porsche. It kind of got out of the way by virtue of that punctured tyre. That's not very far away from pit lane, and they're ready to receive it. It's Ben Constanduris.
Yeah, and we're down with a 202 BMW here, which is getting a bit of a top-up of transmission fluid. Now, this was the car that we saw at the end of qualifying have a problem with the front left. It was down and pointing in the wrong direction. Now, I speculated at the start of the end of qualifying that it was more to do with suspension than anything else, but it does look as though with transmission oil they've got an issue with the gearbox, and there is smoke coming from it, and now the engine has been turned off. So this was a car that was at one point on the pole position in qualifying, certainly on the pace in the TCX category, but with concerns, and we still wait for that Porsche to come down pit lane. It's taking a very, very long time to get all around, presumably because it got it punch 1 or 2 corners into the lap.
There couldn't really have been a worse position for that puncture to hit into turn 1. So, yes, a long lap around this place, even at full speed. This will take an age, therefore, to negotiate the Mugello circuit. 5.2 kilometres worth of it, or 3.2 miles if you prefer that measurement, and 15 corners. Fastest lap, by the way, if you're in a modern day Formula 1 car, could be a 1:18.833 done by a certain Lewis Hamilton last year, but the pole position this year was a tad slower than that, set by the Equipe Vasseur Renault RS01. It was a 1:45.551, and in the TCE class a 1:58.8 from the JR Motorsport BMW. I'm almost unsure whether this Porsche is actually going to make it back. There is so little of that rear left Hankook left now, and Andrei Mukevoz obviously had in his mind a good speed to be going at, and has backed off even further now to make sure that even yet more damage isn't done to the rear left corner of that Porsche. 202's being wheeled into the garage.
Carcass has done to the suspension on the left rear, and remember, with the rear engine Porsche, it's rear wheel drive, got a drive shaft in there and all sorts. He's done a cracking job though, Johnny. He's just coming into Pacini now, which is the turn 14, the final turn, so he hasn't got far to go, and he'll continue around the outside of that corner as into the pit garage and off the pit apron has gone the 202 that we just heard Ben report on. So that's a bit of a shame really, because that car was vying at the front of the TCE field. It was vying for second and third, if you remember, with the 101 Seat Cupra of the Red Camels Jordan team, and now that car completely out of contention and about 20, 23, 24 laps back, if not more.
Yeah, and they are going to begin work in anger on that then, as just to remind you what happened at the start of the race, the long wait out of Buccini corner for the big grid of cars to get the 7th edition of the Mugello 12 Hours underway, and immediately the overtaking began because from pole position Mike Vasseur slipped back to second after Pierre Caffer pulled off a great manoeuvre around the outside in his front row starting, Rutronic Racing by TECE Audi R8. Also looking to take advantage was Josef Kral in the number 11 middle cap racing with Scuderia Praha Ferrari. He in the end had to slot into third position, but in turn got the jump on the Herbert Motorsport Porsche that was started by Jürgen Hering. And then we were treated to a three-way dice between Ferrari 488. There was a spin as well for a Lamborghini Huracan, which I missed, I have to say, at the first time of asking. So that was how we got underway, and hopefully that is a good measurement of things to come as back to live action we go. And there is another puncture, this time for the number 34 Audi from Car Collection Motorsport, set to be a very busy pit lane therefore for Ben Constanduris. There is an Audi on its way to you, Ben.
Same wheel as the Porsche as well, Johnny, left rear. I'm wondering if there is an issue with some kind of off-track excursion. Maybe the cars are just putting that left rear onto a part of the track. Is it a left rear or is it a front smoke building? No, it is a left rear on that number 34 Audi, which is dropping down the field like a stone, as you would imagine. So is it left rear? I can really tell on the pictures that I can see, Johnny. I can see smoke billowing from the left-hand side of the car, and I'm not sure whether that's from the front or the back.
It is tricky to tell from that particular angle. I'm going to go with rear purely because it's a rear-wheel drive car, and that's where we've seen all the other punctures. But certainly wasting no time at all. No, it's from the front, Joe. It is from the... I think both are down. Both tyres are down on that left side. Yeah, there's definitely... it is a combination of the front valance dragging on the ground, front splitter, and the rear tyres down. So both left side tyres have failed on that Cal Collection Audi. Has it in fact scraped the wall rather than just a bog standard failure as we've seen on the 909? To shed more light on that and other things too, Ben's in the pits.
Wandered off a second because the 13 Zaxby car comes into pits and looks very worse for wear on the front right corner. There is not a lot left, but also the fact that the wheel is pointing in the wrong direction suggests suspension damage as well to that car. Now, I'm actually just next door with the 202 trying to get a bit more information on what's going on. Baz is with me, Baz Schutten. You had issues after qualifying, and now is this a different issue in the race?
It's for sure now a different issue. Baz is in the car, he was driving. I'm his uncle Koos, and this is my son Dirk. So we do the car. But it was definitely another point now. What now going on in the training? It was from the wheel how it was onto the car. It broke, so that was the problem. And now it's the power steering. It's defect. So the car is driving the one direction. He had to put the other. It was not possible to drive. That's going on now, and I don't know how they do it to make. We'll see.
Yeah, it did look like it was dripping out on its own accord when the bumper first came off. There was quite a lot of fluid coming out the underside of the car.
Yeah, I'm not technical to know what's going on. I know it's the power steering, and you see they are bleeding the oil, so that's not good. And I hope they repair it because, of course we want to drive, but we can't forget to win, but we want to drive.
And the pace was there. Qualifying looked great for you, and you were competing very well in that early stages of the race. Yeah,
this guy did the qualifying. He did a very well, good job. But his best lap time was gone. So we had to do with his second best time. That's why we had the 5th position, and Bas did a good job. He went from 5th to position 2. So we know Bas what he can, and this guy can also the same. So we have a good team, but of course, technique must do his job. And welcome to racing.
Just to show you how difficult my job is this weekend in the pit lane. We're all wearing masks, so we can only tell each other by their eyes. Well, Schutten, but impossible for me to know.
I have his clothes. We're sharing everything, so.
I hope you have a great race, and fingers crossed you can get about soon.
Yeah, thank you very much. Welcome.
So more in a second to come from Ben, just as soon as he's identified what's wrong with what the issue is with the Car Collection Audi, because that is puzzling as well as the race continues, and it is led still by the Mike Verschoor driven Equipe Verschoor Renault RS01. Second place, 3.3 seconds back, is the Pierre Caffer Audi for Rutronic Racing. And in third place, it is Josef Kral in the chasing Ferrari, and that Ferrari now actually tailed by Ralph Bone in the Porsche. I say tailed, there's actually 7.5 seconds between the Ferrari and the Porsche, but no longer is it 3 prancing horses in a row. Not all those cars have pitted yet. You wouldn't have expected them to this early on. How long have we had? Only 40 minutes. And generally speaking, a GT3 car can do an hour, possibly even a little bit more than that. And therefore, just through straight racing, Ralph Bone has got himself up to 4th position from what was 6th. And Ralph Bone, Marco Frezza, Daniele Diamato, Charles Espenlaub running 4th, 5th, 6th and 7th places. Oh dear. Suspension failure on the front left corner of that Audi. So it's definitely been in the wall, I would say. And I'm just trying to work out whether there are any further telltale scuff marks down that left-hand side to confirm that. But it's in a very sorry state, I'm afraid to say. And the car collection Audi was late to join qualifying and is now early out of the race, Ben. I'm not sure whether this is necessarily going to be terminal, but it is not something they wanted to see in the opening hour.
Johnny, there is absolutely not a scratch on the bodywork. So if it had been in the wall, you'd expect to see paintwork, you'd expect to see bits of carbon fibre falling off. This, for me, has had wheel-to-wheel contact with another car. Now, front left on the Audi, we saw the Zaxby car come into the pits with a front right suspension failure. I'm putting 2 and 2 together and making 4 here. I do need to go and speak to someone about it first, but that is my suspicion. That's what I believe may have happened here, because, as I say, there is absolutely no other damage to this Audi at all, except for the suspension and the wheel.
And there's that vertical strut, isn't there, behind the front wheel, Joe, on these Audis. Now, that is blackened from tyre debris, quite possibly, but it doesn't seem to have been bent out of shape much. So I would agree with Ben. What do you reckon?
Well, firstly, I must commend Ben on his detective work. In my former line of work, that would have been commendable. And I think you're probably right. Those 2 clues come together to form the incident. It remains to be seen just how damaged that car is. Remember, the rear of that car, Johnny, side-to-side impact, especially on the rear wheels, you're transferring all of that energy through the drive shaft into the gearbox. So visually, things might look all right, but you might have damaged the diff or the gearbox internals from that side impact on the rear. The front of the car, I agree with you. That front strut, the coil spring over, the coilover spring, didn't look out of shape too much, and neither did the wishbone. But then again, we're kind of over the shoulder of the mechanics with the camera stream, the cameraman in the stream, aren't we? It's very hard to see.
Yeah, tricky to get to the bottom of that one, and it needs a conversation with Elmar Grimm, quite possibly, to work out what his perspective of it all was. But that Audi was making some decent progress through the field, had gained places from its starting position.
It was a sizable impact, Johnny, when you think about it. What Ben described there with the amount of damage to both of those wheels without any signs of any kind of contact on the side of the bodywork of the car. You would imagine, like Ben said, scuffs of rubber, little bits of damaged fiberglass and carbon fiber, but none whatsoever. It seems that the wheel and suspension, both front and rear, have completely just taken that as those 2 points of impact. I suppose Ben is now on his way to the Zaxby team.
He is. He's there. He's there now. In fact, Joe. Yeah. Let's hear from him.
Yeah, it's actually just next door. All the drivers disappeared the moment that I walked into the garage. Victor Shaitar was in the car, who has plenty of experience, in fact, with SMP racing. He was chatting to his teammates at the back of the garage as I arrived, making the telltale sign of 2 cars. You know, when you put 2 hands in the air and then you tap the 2 fingers, the 2 thumbs together, that kind of is universal language for 2 cars side-to-side contact. So I think we're correct in what we're saying, but Victor didn't want to speak with me, so they've then scuffled off. But this team in Zaxby already worked quite hard today getting the car fixed to get started in the race, and now they're having to rebuild the front suspension on this Mercedes.
Yeah, well, it's almost like looking into a mirror at this Mercedes compared to the Audi, isn't it? And I think, it's too much of a coincidence for them not to be connected. Side-by-side cars, they are the steering wheels as well, so they're at various different angles. It's very easy for a couple of wheels to get locked together and cause that amount of suspension damage. So a little golf clap to Ben Constanduris for revealing that. And sadly, two cars that have had a troubled run up to this point, actually. Zaxby didn't feature in qualifying at all. Car Collection were late to the party earlier on today, and they're now going to have a portion of time on the sidelines, sadly. That leaves us with 11 GT3 AM cars at the sharp end, Joe.
That's completely put them out of contention, and I'm pretty sure the cars and teams around them will be rubbing their hands. It's that kind of sport. It's a vicious sport. It's a dog-eat-dog sport. And as much as you kind of want to see your competitors in the pits with issues, you know that it's only, the potential is that the next incident could involve your team. So you kind of you kind of applaud quietly, I think, when when trouble meets your opponents. You kind of like to see your opponents have to come in the pits. 5.6 seconds is the lead. Again, Johnny, I think what we're seeing at the front of this field is Mike Mashur just managing the lap times on that car, on that Renault, and likewise Pierre Caffer. He's not being dragged into any kind of battle. He's not trying to reduce that 5 to 6 second gap. It's been about 4 to 6 seconds for some time now. He's got a comfortable 3 second gap over Joseph Kral in the Scuderia Praha Middle Cap Racing Ferrari. And again, Kral, he's keeping to a kind of a steady pace, and I think we're seeing that high-speed game of chess play out towards this 4-hour segment, and I think that's what we're going to see for the rest of this. We're just over 4 hours. We're about 45 minutes in, aren't we? So still a chunk of this 4-hour bit left.
There certainly is, and that means we're probably about 10, maybe 15 minutes away from the first dose of stops for GT3s, which in itself brings the potential for this story to twist and turn again. Remember, fueling done not in the pit lane but in a separate location at the start of the pit lane, so you turn immediately right, having peeled off from the racetrack, into the fueling quadrant, where there are race officials down there making sure that everything is done to the letter of the regulation book. There's also the fuel flow meter that needs to be inserted into the correct fuel flow meter that needs to be inserted into the nozzle as well, to make sure that the fuel goes in at the regulated speed for your class and for your particular car. Clipping the curb through the right-hander at the the second of the left and right sweepers.
Great battle this, Johnny.
Yeah, between Ferraris.
And two Ferraris.
They're caught up behind the Elite Motorsport Volkswagen Golf, able to get through just about. That doesn't seem to pose a problem for either of the Ferraris.
It's the number 8, the Marco Fretzer-driven Kessel Ferrari, and right behind him now is Daniel Diamato in the Helipagid Racing 1 Ferrari. Both Ferrari 488s. No, they're not. The one at the front of this battle is the Evo 2020 car, and it's the 2019 car that's on the tail of that. And we've just watched these cars picking their way through the TCE and the slower traffic, and they've basically had just under a car's length behind them as they've done so. They're kind of passing the traffic as one, aren't they? It's really great driving to watch. These drivers just timing the way that they pass, and full credit to both Marco Fretzer and Daniel Diamato. Daniel Diamato, of course, having to time his move to stay on the tail as they get through the traffic. And again, not seeing Diamato making any kind of move or challenge to take that position off them. These, by the way, are battling for 5th and 6th. and I'm just going to check on Charles Espenlaub, who is a full. He's 9 seconds behind this, so he hasn't got a. He's not exactly taking a watching brief. Charles Espenlaub, who is in 7th spot behind these two.
No, what I don't know is what actually drove a big wedge between Josef Kral and the two Ferraris that were chasing him initially, because Fretzer and D'Amato seem to be well on the pace of Josef Kral. Now, we know from his Formula BMW days that Josef Kral is very much no slouch, and Fretzer, D'Amato has a lot of GT3 experience, having raced in GT Italia, and he is silver graded by the FIA, and therefore probably a pro, actually. Let's just check. D'Amato is in the number 30 car, so on my entry list labelled as a semi-pro, pros being reserved normally for the golds and the platinums when it's done by the ACO and the FIA measurements of driver ability. But remember that Creventic and the 24H series do have that flexibility to change where a driver sits in their AM semi-pro pro structure if they see fit. Generally speaking, it fits into the precious metal system. And D'Amato a silver, therefore, in the number 11 car. Josef Kral is also a semi-pro, so they should be on similar amounts of pace. What I don't understand is why Fretzer and D'Amato lost that time about 30 minutes in, and that opened the door for Ralph Bone, who slotted up into 4th position. And as you say, is now generally losing time on Josef Kral, and Fretzer and D'Amato are catching him.
What you've done there is you've made a kind of on-paper comparison there, Johnny, and there should be nothing between them. But if you look at this battle, if you have got the video stream and you're watching that, you'll be able to see this for yourself. But for those of you listening on RSL Network, I'll try to describe this. What we're seeing in the battle for 5th and 6th is the number 8 Ferrari, the Kessel car, driven by Marco Fretzer, and then Daniel D'Amato right behind him. But both cars taking not quite the exact line through the turn. And I think that brings about, that is brought about by the nature of the Mugello circuit. They've got these sweeping turns. There's very few really tight point and squirt kind of turn at Mugello. It's all a very flowing and momentum kind of track. And we're seeing two different ways of going around this circuit. But by the time they get to the finish line, they have got pretty much the exact kind of lap time, and they're still circulating pretty much nose to tail with about 3/4 of a length of a Ferrari 488 between them, and that's still ongoing.
No, it's brilliant to watch, and this in a sense is testament to Daniele D'Amato's ability to think out of the box and try and work out a way of getting by Marco Fretzer. They have both raced in the International GT Open in the past, so I wonder the whether they were ever in that championship at the same time. They may well be old foes. 2013 was a year that Fretzer was in GT Open, but no, that doesn't coincide with D'Amato. Anyway, I'm sure they're well aware of one another. And Marco Fretzer, who's from Milan, D'Amato from Rome, that they are in exactly the same position on the racetrack at the moment, producing pretty much even lap times. And there is a sense of the two of them actually getting in each other's way a little bit here. But maybe it's time to start to work together to close that 1.6 second gap to Ralph Bone, and then see if they can get back close to Josef Kral, because at least in their first 15 minutes they were matching the Czech man's speed, and they need to get back there really to make sure that they're in the running at least to finish close to the podium positions once the checkered flag waves later on tonight. Not for the end of the race, for the first third to be completed. Equipe Verschure and the Renault RS01 on lap 30 now. So Mike Verschure, who is the son of the team owner, is still just about in control, enjoying a smidge under 4 seconds as a gap over Pierre Caffer in the best of the Audis. The only Audi now running in GT3 AM, and that's because of the difficulties for car collection, and that number 34 car remains in the pits, by the way, after what we think was a clash with the Team Zach Speed Mercedes, destroying the suspension on the front left corner and also deflating both tyres on the left side of that white and blue car collection Audi. It'll be a little while before we see that back in the race, I sense. Lights flashing for the Herbert Motorsport Porsche of Ralph Bone, who's looking to slide at the inside of the number 1 Volkswagen Golf for Autorama Motorsport. That is Emil Heyerdahl in the Volkswagen Golf that is running in 3rd place in TCR.
We're getting towards pit stop time as well, aren't we, Johnny?
Yes.
We're not that far away.
I'd say about 5 minutes, probably. Now,
yeah,
the drive time limit tends to be 2 hours. I have to admit, I don't know whether there's been a revision of that over the winter period, but let's work on 120 minutes as your maximum driving spell for each individual driver. And yeah, on fuel, you're looking at about 60, possibly 65 minutes. As a car a few moments ago goes off the track at Arrabbiata, and I think just about got back on again safely. As the 2 Ferraris again, concertina up. This is Kessel Racing's Marco Frezza and Hella Pagid Racing One's Daniele Diamato. Diamato taking the slightly tighter run out of Puccini and has the what looks like all red Ferrari in front of him, but it's not. It's a bit of red and white on that car. As now off into the gravel goes a Porsche Cup car. 969 is the number I want to say. It is the GDL Racing Maurizio Fratti Porsche, which has found the gravel and could quite possibly cause our first Code 60 of the race, Joe. We've managed to escape those so far, but just shy of an hour long of running, and we may well be into our first caution period.
That car, Johnny, 20th overall, and I think that car was running in, and now I've lost it. It's plummeting down my screen. Nope, got it back. That car was 5th in the 991 class. And now then, the timing of this, if we do call Code 60, and we haven't quite yet, have we?
No, we have now, yeah. Definitely.
Oh, we have now, yes, there it is. We've got Code 60 right on pit stop time. Now then, what that means is that if these cars, and pretty much that's all of the GT3 AM cars, are now getting towards an empty fuel tank, they won't have a choice. They are going to be, if this Code 60 stays out for the next 15 minutes or 10 minutes even, that means that these cars are going to begin to run very, very low on fuel. The choices are to come in under Code 60, you're only allowed to take on 50% of your fuel allocation. So that's only going to be half a fuel tank. Now, if the Code 60 remains, you might have time to take on half a fuel tank, go back out on track, come straight back into the pits. But I would suggest, Johnny, that's not going to be the case here, because that snatch track there is already with the 969 Porsche, and it's already looking like that car's going to be recovered very swiftly. And remember that all the cars on the track now are doing 60 kilometers an hour, so everything slows down. So you're not going to make progress round to get to your pit in time if this car is recovered very, very quickly. It's already getting hauled out the gravel.
Yeah, the tricky thing is if you are a long way from home, i.e. heading through the first of the 3 corners, let's say, at the beginning of the lap, and you are restricted, remember, to 60 kilometers per hour. That is the 60 within Code 60. Everybody limited by the officials to maintain a safe environment for marshals to head to a stricken car and recover it. What it means is that there is no need for a safety car, and therefore if you've built a fairly decent lead, which is the case for the Equipe for Sure Renault RSO1 of 4 seconds, theoretically you're not going to lose that. It should stay at 4.2 seconds. As everyone is slowed at the same pace, they tootle around at 60 kph, and once this car has been recovered, then the flags are withdrawn and everyone gets back up to speed again, theoretically keeping those gaps in place. So 969, the San Marino team for GDL Racing, now sort of on the move, although the rear wheel's completely locked and therefore dragging an awful lot of gravel with it. Whilst that takes place, let's hear from Ben in pit lane.
Well, yes, standing on the pit wall so I can see the cars that are in And the cars that stayed out, number 11 goes past, so Josef Krell decides not to pit. But I can see the Renault is at the far end of pit lane getting a service. And I was standing just opposite the Audi of Rutronics Racing, waiting to see them come into the pits as well. So our first 2 cars are in the pits, and there are plenty, though, of cars choosing not to come into pits, because as you say, the Snatch vehicle doing a fantastic job, and it's not going to be long before that car is cleared. Those that pit after the Code 60 will get a full tank of fuel. Those that pit in the Code 60 only get half. The 30 Ferrari goes past me on the track, therefore it is not pitting either. Renault has full service and heads back out onto circuit. I didn't see if it took tyres, but I would assume it would do, as there are 4 tyres waiting also for the Audi that I'm standing just opposite, waiting to see them come in. But it's a bit of a split. It's a bit 50-50 here, Johnny.
Yeah, interesting, because I don't think there's an obvious answer, really. You can go one direction, and then only time will tell whether that was the right decision. But there are a number of takers for fuel. Let me tell you who's there right now. Rutronics Racing, as mentioned by Ben, with Pierre Caffa remaining at the wheel, well, at least for the time being. We'll find out whether there's a driver change to come. Ralph Bone for Herbert Motorsport in the fueling. Mark Basseng, who races for Hijili by T2 Racing, has now made it to the pits. David Gosner and Jürgen Hering also taking fuel, as is Alex Blom in the sister GDL Racing Porsche, the sister one to the stranded Stricken car in the gravel trap. Car 967 as opposed to 969, which is being tractored away. Andreas Corradina for Profile Doors by Uber Racing, number 924, is also in the fueling area. But as Ben makes a point, there's then a choice, Joe, whether you send the car straight back out again without any extra service, or whether you do decide to take tyres as well. So an hour is done, and an opportunity to have a look at the standings after 60 minutes of the event. This is a sort of peculiar time to take a snapshot then of the TCE series order, because it's constantly changing, but we'll try our best, because JR Motorsport of the Netherlands, with Ted van Vliet at the wheel of the BMW M3 F80 leading the way in the TCX entered machine. Then it is CWS Engineering and Colin White, the Ginetta G55. Third position and the first of the TTR cars is the NKPP Racing by Bas Kooten Cupra for Harry Hilders. Emil Heyerdahl and the Volkswagen Golf for Autorama Motorsport by Wolf Power Racing is fourth. Then it's in fifth place the RC2 junior team by Cabra Racing with their Cupra Leon Competition, and the Ruben Fernandez driven number 108. Next up is the AC Motorsport, the next is the GT4 Chentry Porsche Ticino Porsche 718 Cayman for Thomas Herbst. Then it's the AC Motorsport Mathieu Detry Audi, which has just returned to the racetrack having taken some fuel. So their RS3 is fourth in TCR and seventh in the TCE category, I make it. Ivo Breukers for Red Camel Jordans.nl is next. Then it is the Jutta Racing Arimas Jablonskis Cupra, car number 121. Next it's the Elite Motorsport Pierluigi Alessandri driven Volkswagen Golf, and the two, or rather three cars that have had a troubled run so far in the TCE division. The TCX Speed Lover Porsche of Kurt Henson, car 206. Then the Lotus PB Racing entered Elise for Luca Flaccadori, and that's car 205. So that car did join the race. As we mentioned, there were difficulties with that at the very start. And Baz Schouten in the BMW E46, the JR Motorsport number 202, is 41st of a 41 car entry. In the GT series, Middle Cap Racing by Scuderia Praha tops the order. Now that wasn't the case prior to the pit stops, and Josef Král is yet to make a stop, so this will all unfold to develop into a slightly different picture. We'll call it as we see it for the time being. So the 11 car is the leader from Daniele Diamato and his Ferrari for Hella Paget Racing 1. Third position is Equipe Vasseur and Harry Collin, the Renault RS01 car number 9. Fourth place for CP Racing and Charles Espenlau, which is a Mercedes. Fifth place, car 7, For Dynamic Racing, Mauro Calamia and his Porsche 5th in GT3 AM and in the overall GT standings. Hijili by T2 Racing, Mark Basseng is 6th. 7th place, Herbert Motorsport in another Porsche for Ralph Bone, car 91. Then it's the Kessel Racing Marco Fretzer driven Ferrari 8th, but that car is currently in the fueling area. Rutronic Racing returning to the race. Michael Doppelmayr has taken that car over from Pierre Caffer. That car runs 9th. 10th position, the 710 for Leipert Motorsport, and Gabriele Ridone in the Lamborghini Huracan Super Trofeo, which is the GTX leader, from the KTM Crossbow, the X26 version of the KTM Crossbow for Horst Felbermeyer Jr. and Reiter Engineering. Another GT3 AM car comes next for Karina Gosner and the Mercedes. That's Manuela's sister, by the way, in a very much family affair for the Gosner outfit, car 58. 991 class is topped by Vili Motorsport by Ebby Motors and Sergei Nikolai. Best Porsche Cup car, therefore, is the number 955. Second in that class is Jutta Racing for Julius Adolma-Vicius in another Porsche. The GTX RD Signs Racing team for Ramonas Kauskas in the Lamborghini Huracan number 720. And Herbert Motorsport number 92 car back in the race, having taken some fuel for Stefan Aust. Ebby Motors next for the 991 class of Luigi Peroni and the number 973 Porsche. Next up, it's another GTX car for the Philippe Bonnell driven Vortex V8. GDL Racing's 991 spec car is in 21st place and in 24th position, but 5th in class in the 991 division is the Profile Doors by Uber Racing, Andreas Corradini. I think I might have mentioned him twice actually through the way, but the 924 car is in 5th place in that 991 class, ahead of Stadler Motorsports Ramon Werner, GDL Racing Maurizio Fratti and Duvo Racing's Andrea Mukavos. Two cars that aren't running currently are being repaired, being the Car Collection Motorsport Audi and the Victor Scheitar Mercedes for Team Zack Speed. And those cars we hope will rejoin, but we'll have to wait and see. News from Ben Constanduris in the pits just in a second, but more drama potentially out on track. Now this happened a few moments ago with a couple of slow cars, one running out wide. Now by the looks of things, that was the run through Scarperia and Pelagio, the right and the left. And there was some contact between the Renault RS01 and the CP Racing Mercedes, which left the CP Merc on the grass, nosing very slightly into the tyre barrier. But I keep my fingers crossed that we've not seen some more damaging contact for our race leader, no less, or former race leader. Now, of course, the race leader is Josef Kraul, but only by virtue of the fact that he hasn't made a pit stop yet. When everything unwinds, we should still see Mike Verschoor at the head of the order, assuming it's not carrying damage now after side-to-side contact with the CP Racing Mercedes. It all seems to be happening after just over an hour gone, 1 hour and 8 minutes, in fact, on the clock, as we head to Ben Constanduris for this update.
For you guys, so get your pen and paper out. We saw Herbert Motorsport come into the pits just after, I believe, we went back to Green Flag Racing, so they would have been able to fill up their car totally and get a full tank of fuel in the car. So expect them to go longer than those cars that we saw pit under code 60. And of course, the other car that you may or may not have seen was the Kessel Racing number 8 Ferrari. That also came and did a full service under green flag conditions. So we'll already be on a separate strategy. The third thing to consider is that the Rutronics Racing Audi, I believe, got held up in the fuel area. Now, very, very easy to do. There's only a certain amount of fuel stations, and there was a lot of cars coming into pit lane at the same time. They seem to have lost a lot of time over Keep Verschoor, and I'm just thinking that perhaps they spent a lot of time queuing up to get fuel in their car during that code 60, because they seem to be a long way behind now, and they weren't before.
Okay, plenty of information for us to interrogate there. Thank you, Ben, for the moment, and potentially more updates to come. What I'm going to have to ferret around for now is a pit stop time for the Equipe Vasseur Renault to see whether that was significantly slower than others around it. But you can't really take your eyes off this race for the moment, Joe, because it feels like now there are a number of teams running very much their own strategies. Sometimes that's partly by design, others just because they've been forced into it.
Yeah, the simple answer is yes. Didn't that kick off right on pit stop time as well? I'm not really seeing the tactic in staying out there. It's strange that it's two Ferraris that have stayed out there. The Helipagid car of Daniel Diamato, that remember was in that cracking battle with the number 8 Ferrari, that has chosen to pit. That's kind of broken that battle up. And of course, Josef Kral in the middle cap racing with Scuderia Praha car now taking the lead. That car staying out, and now we see the number 30 into the pits for fuel. The number 30 Ferrari. Now then, this is where the tactics come in. They've clearly chosen, those two cars that have taken over the first two places, they've clearly chosen to ignore the code 60 and come into the pits under code 60, whereupon they would have only been able to take 50% of their fuel allocation. They have chosen to stay out and come in under green. They will now get a full tank of fuel and they'll be able to resume, and the cars who did pit under code 60, they'll be coming in early. It's going to take a lot of analysis, JP, to sort that out when we get towards second pit stop time. And remember, by the time we get to second pit stop time, we'll possibly have another code 60. So that'll really, that might balance it out, where those code 60 refuelers, let's call them, have gotten an opportunity with another code 60 to get in the pits a little bit early and get another 50% allocation of fuel. So yes, it's intriguing. They always are. That's why we love endurance racing.
Yeah, very tricky to predict, generally in motorsport, but certainly when there are a number of variables which naturally come side by side with a 24H series race, and there are plenty of ways to skin a cat, as the old saying goes. So a number of teams approaching it rather differently than others. Out of the final corner goes the Lamborghini Super Trofeo, of which there are a couple in the entry. Brilliant to see the GTX cars then from Leipert and from RD Science Racing Team. Sayao Liai is one way of pronouncing that name. I probably should get from the team the exact way of saying their backer, but the 720 car is running in third position and doing the chasing on, well, effectively the Reiter Engineering KTM Crossbow. Reiter also with experience of running Lamborghini Huracans in the past, but they are now the main developer of the KTM Crossbow in its GTX format. The X26 gives us an idea of what model number they're on now, developing that particular car. Running in second place, the 724, only half a second away from Gabriele Ridone, by the way, in the class-leading Super Trofeo. Huracan in that format is faster down the straights than a GT3 Lamborghini Huracan, the type that we have seen from Grasser, the Grasser Racing Team, GRT, in the past. There aren't any GT3 Lamborghinis on the grid to compare and contrast actually with a Super Trofeo, but they carry less aerodynamic gadgets and gizmos on the Super Trofeo car because it's a cup car from the Super Trofeo Championships, and therefore rapid down the straight, not quite as good in the corners though compared to the GT3s that it will be racing shoulder to shoulder with. But that's one of the reasons why it's put into a slightly different class within division.
Johnny,
yes,
you mentioned in the rundown the TCE battle that's hotting up, and into second place the Colin White driven car number 278, the CWS Engineering Ginetta. Got to remind ourselves that car started from the pit lane when the field had gone through, and Colin has just worked away and worked away. Now those cars still a few minutes away from owing us a pit stop, but that battle for the TCE overall lead both cars are in the TCX class, so that's also a battle for the TCX class win as well. And that's come down to just under 5 seconds. Actually, it's 4.3 to be precise. And that's a battle that I will continue to monitor, because I think that's an outstanding first stint there from Colin White to actually start at the back of this field and come through and overtake 6, 7, 8 of the TCE field to get into that position of second place overall in TCE. Cracking drive.
No, it really is. Staying out of trouble, but also focused fully on getting to the sharp end as quickly as possible. And the Ginetta G55 certainly doesn't hang around. Very quick TTX car, so quite obviously not eligible for the TCR part of the championship, but is considered by the 24H series to be more akin to a touring car than a GT car. I suppose that argument may continue, because the domestic championships for Ginetta known as the GT Super Cup, so there's a little bit of a grey area as well. But for this particular race, put into TCX, and therefore it's up against the 2 BMWs from JR Motorsport and a couple of other cars as well. More news from Ben from the pits.
Now, Ferrari time in pit lane. We've just had the 30 in and out, and Joseph Kral has brought the number 11 machine into pit lane as well. Full service, full amount of fuel in the car, and 4 tyres for both the 30 and the 11. And Joseph, I think, got out the car. I hope so, because I'm going to go and hopefully have a word with him. But either way, the number 11 now heads back out of the circle.
I have a bit of a mission for Ben, talking of pit stops, because the number 91 Porsche of Herbert Motorsport, that's come into the pits for the second time, and it looks like it's still in the pits. So I'm not sure whether that's a problem. He's been in the pits now for over 3 minutes, so that's not looking good. 3 minutes and 36 seconds to be precise. That number 91 Porsche, I think, might have a problem, Ben. We'll hopefully Ben can head down there and find out if that's the case.
I'm sure he will be. Straight away, heading down to find out how much the team will actually tell him. Remains to be seen. But we can only ask the question. Meanwhile, the 202 BMW, another car entered by Dutch squad, JR Motorsport. Now, this is the one that's been in the wars. Bas Schouten now back at the wheel in the E46 GTR, the car that qualified very nicely, but then hit some dramas and has a fair bit of recovery work to do now to get back in the vicinity of the other TCX machines. As I say, TCX is led by Ted van Vliet in the sister JR Motorsport M3, and to give you an indication of where that is when you combine both races, the JR Motorsport BMW is 19th, so therefore behind 18 GT Series cars. The other JR Motorsport BMW down in 39th position, so a lot of ground to make up for Bas Schouten.
Johnny?
It's 21 laps behind the sister machine. Yes, Joe?
Johnny, you asked a question a few minutes ago. I think it was a few minutes ago. It might have been an hour ago. I don't know. It was to do with the Renault pit stop. You were trying to fathom the time it spent in the pits. I think I fathomed it, mate. It spent 1 minute and 38 seconds at its pit stop, and it's just taken the lead back as the pit stop phases have flip-flopped. That was your question, wasn't it? How long had it taken in the pits?
How long had the... Sorry, Joe, I'm on various other separate jobs here. Tell me that question again. We'll get to Joe in a moment or two. Spinning plates here. Whilst I spin a few more, let's hear from Ben Constanduris in the pit lane.
We saw just a few moments ago the Ferraris coming in for their full pit stops in green flag conditions. Joseph Kral jumped out the number 11. Firstly, let's talk about the stint. How was it racing back here in Mugello once again?
Well, it's great. It's always great to come back, especially with Ferrari. I think when you drive Ferrari in Mugello, which is owned by Ferrari, it feels even better, and the car handles here very well. I believe that we didn't lose anything from our last pace, from I think 3 years in a row when we won the races here. So I believe the race pace is not bad. So it's still first hour, but it felt very good.
A new teammates for you since the last time we saw you here. I guess that means more new work for you to be helping your teammates get up to speed.
It is, it will be, and it was already, because they are successful in other races, so I'm very happy that the progress is big. Now it's their first race in GT3, and I'm happy that it's here, because they know the racetrack, they more or less know the car now, so we'll see how it goes, but they are enjoying it, and I believe they will enjoy the rest of the race.
Now talk us through the Code 60, because a lot of your competitors came in to pit during the Code 60, but you and the other Ferrari stayed out. What was the thinking behind that?
Well, it was because there was a queue at the fuel station, so we couldn't really stop. It didn't make any sense for us, unfortunately, of course, that we would like to, but because there was no place for us to stop, we couldn't.
All right, thanks very much, Joseph. Speak to you again.
Thank you.
Josef Kral chatting to Ben Constantiouris in the Scuderia Praha garage, and remember Scuderia Praha with a partial renaming for 2021, Middle Cat Racing with Scuderia Praha, and there have been a couple of changes in the driving lineup as well, so that means no more Matteo Manucelli, who has often got the fabulous results here at Mugello in the past with the team, and instead Matus Vibor joins from the Middle Cat company that is also now the kind of main entrant for that Czech Republic team. But the Vibors, father and son, I understand, Joe Bradley, very much from Slovakia.
Yeah, father and son team, now part of the Scuderia Praha team from Slovakia, of course neighbours with the Czech Republic, which is where the Scuderia Praha, as it says, Praha is Czech for Prague, where the team is based. It's great to see them in the series, and hopefully they're in for the whole of the season. I think that's the indication. There was me, Johnny, thinking that the Scuderia Praha team were perhaps thinking tactically with regards to not pitting under Code 60. Josef Kral simplifies that by saying there simply wasn't room at the fuel station. I'm still not convinced that Josef has kept that card in his pocket and not really letting anything out to the other teams, that's the kind of tactic with regards to their fueling that they've gone. Still very early days, and of course it's all about this 4-hour section is all about just staying on the lead lap, and then the real tactics towards getting towards that final stint of fuel in the 8-hour segment of tomorrow's race. That's where it becomes key, but for now it's just about staying on that lead lap.
Let's go straight back to Ben.
Yeah, just as a thought on that, Equipe Peugeot just in and out of the pits. So because they only took half a tank of fuel, they've now, in the green flag conditions, been able to fill up that tank. That's just happened. They didn't even visit their pit stall, drove straight past, so they kept the tyres on that they changed during the Code 60. And now, effectively, they're on a pretty similar strategy to what the Ferraris are, within a lap or two. So we can, again, look and compare and contrast their track position and their pace.
Thank you for that, and we'll keep tuned in to lots of different stories already developing within this race, which is brilliant to hear and see, and no real answers being offered in terms of what we've got in store for the remaining time today, and this is really just the starter ahead of what's set to be a real intense fight tomorrow for the remaining 8 hours of the 12 hours of Mugello. Out of Buccini corner comes the Herbert Motorsport Porsche, now one of two entered into this event. Herbert, to my mind, struggling a little bit. I realise that we've had pit stops which has messed about with the order to a certain extent, but Daniel Alleman only 10th, and Stefan Aust stuck down in 15th position. So having gone from a couple of seasons when Herbert were very much the team to beat, they look to be up against it at the moment, Joe.
Yeah, they do. 4 minutes, or just over 4 minutes in the pits the last time they came in, and that was their second pit stop. They're kind of out of sequence with the majority of the GT cars around them. And I'm just wondering if they've got a problem with that car that has kind of dropped them out of contention, because they were on the fringes of contention before Ralph Vaughan gave the car to Daniel Alleman. And I'm not sure whether that 4 minutes would it have been a 4 minute stop for fuel and tyres, but they did stop before under code 60, and maybe they've came in and done the full service, fuel, tyres and driver that time by to put them on a strategy that will take them to the end of this 4 hour segment. Again, you know, you could ask the teams this question, but they're not necessarily going to give you an answer, because it's competition. They don't want the other teams to hear what they're doing and kind of counter it. So it's all a bit of speculative work from ourselves. And of course, that's called a segue in the business, isn't it, what I just done there? And of course the collective, because you can help us out here and be part of the collective if you spot things or you're intrigued by something that we may be able to get the answer for you. You can contact myself, Johnny and Ben at these Twitter handles. Johnny is at Blackpool Johnny, Ben is at Ben Consty, and I am at Bradders3078. Hashtag RSL MUG Mug 12, RSL Mug 12 is the hashtag, and send us a tweet, ask us questions, give us some information if you spot something we don't. It's all part of being a part of the collective, and it's all part of being the team to enjoy this endurance race like we always do.
Plenty of people have already done that, by the way. At Yoda's Uncle getting involved, at Alan Prosser, who is at Lanzarote Camel on Twitter. Still a fabulous name, that, Alan. Up to his usual screenshot action, bringing us the potential for a clash between the 34 Audi and the Zack Speed Mercedes that we had already posed as, 2 and 2, very much adding up to 4 there. And an update on how those cars are doing, as by the way there's now another problem for the 1-2-1 car. Let's just offer you an update on the 2 machines that were in the garage. They're still in the garage, but 1-2-1 has come to a halt, which is the Jutta Racing Junior Cupra in its red and black livery for Arimas Jablonskis, and he's ground to a halt. Now what I couldn't tell is whether there was any damage on that particular Cooper. Let's just have another look at it. There's nothing strikingly obvious there to tell me that car's been in the wall. The left side Hankooks are inflated, and it just looks like it's run out of power fairly close to the end of the lap. In fact, it's come out of Buccini and it's trying to make its way to the pit lane, I reckon, Joe. Yeah. It doesn't quite get there.
Now then, just to the right of that car, Johnny, is there some debris blocking the pit lane entry? Can't really tell from that angle, but I would just be reiterating what you've just said about that car being static. Certainly at the pit entry, it seems to be struggling to continue that. Maybe out of fuel. Are we getting towards the Cooper TCRs needing fuel?
Quite possibly, yeah. Where are we up to now? An hour and a half.
90 minutes in,
yeah, that's about right, isn't it?
Mm.
Not a bad shout, and we are left with a stranded Lithuanian driver, Arimas Jablonskis, stuck perilously close to the pit lane. I mean, you can see probably his team just a bit further down that rather narrow section between concrete wall and pit building, but frustratingly, no fire in the belly, it would seem, to get him those extra few metres. Not even to the team, he just needs to get to the fueling area, which is a little bit short of where his team has set up for the weekend. And then there's the issue of whether the team can get to him and push the car safely into the garage, but you need to be the safe side of the white line, which is painted across the road to tell you where the pit lane speed limit starts, and to allow team personnel beyond that is a big no-no. So are we in store for another code 60, I wonder, to safely get that car recovered? Nothing being shown yet, although we are going to go yellow flags at the very least on the exit of Puccini, and that might be the precursor to a code 16.
That is part of the racetrack, Johnny. It may be at the pit entry, but it's not allowed to send crew out onto what is effectively the live racetrack to just push that car in. Into the pits also has come the number 205, that's the Lotus, and this is the car that came in very early into the pits for a problem with a fuse box. So they are way down. They're in the pits at the moment. Luca Flaccadori in the Lotus PB Racing car. They are currently 4th in TCX and were on the back foot with that stop for a fuse box. Now this looks pretty scheduled. Not sure if Ben is down there with it.
He'll not be far away.
Yeah, it looks scheduled, doesn't it? Driver change, etc. Going on, and of course, I'm thinking, have they changed tyres?
Well, Ben, what do you
they
know?
have.
I am on now. Hello.
There you are.
Yes, no tyre change. A huge amount of rubber coming out of the brake ducts, though. I don't know whether you've seen those huge lumps of rubber being thrown out by the front end of the car. The trickiest thing seems to be getting the drivers in, to be honest. Obviously, the Lotus, a small little car, there's not a huge amount of space to extract yourself and put yourself back in. And contrary to popular belief, most of the PB Racing drivers are quite tall Italians, and so there's a bit of a struggle getting them in. But other than installing the driver, there does not seem to be any other major issues. There's been a bit of concern always on this right-hand side door. I don't know whether there's another electrical box down there. I might go and stick my nose in and see what it is. Stefano D'Aste on the social media for the team. And just checking, I think that the car is running correctly, which it is, and off he goes again. So, as you say, out of sequence because of that fuse issue at the start of the race, but 205 back out again.
And you mentioned Stefano D'Aste. He's also in the entry, of course, but looking after social media as well. So car 726 being the other Lotus. Now, on occasion when I looked at the timing screen, I could only find one Lotus. No, both are running, beg your pardon, so I'd misread that. So we've got 205, which is the one we were just talking about, in and now back out again with Dennis Bonvini at the wheel. And the other one is being driven at the moment by Daniel Grimaldi. Stefano D'Aste, former World Touring Car driver, due in a little bit later on. So one Exige, which is the 726 car, it's an Exige V6 Cup R, and the other one being the Elise Cup PBR. It's both on now back into the race. 2 hours and 28 minutes to go, with still being very, very busy indeed for the number 30 car, which is the Ferrari of Daniel Schwervelt now for Hella Padgett Racing. And Schwervelt only a quarter of a second, it's less than that now, isn't it? A lot less than that, behind the Dynamic Motorsport Porsche of Roberto Pampanini in the gold black colours. Dynamic Motorsport took part in the Dubai 24 Hours as well in January, so back for a second dose of 24/8 series action. And in the background, now was that the Ferrari getting back ahead? Very close indeed they were, heading down towards Scarpa corner, and Dynamic Motorsports Porsche hasn't been able to hold back the Ferrari, with Gabriele Ridoni really not very far away either. Ridoni, Pampanini, Schwervelt was the order, set to change a couple more times quite possibly before the end of the lap. So having settled down a touch for third position after we had a real good scrap initially between three Ferraris, it's now developed into this fight between the GTX Lippert Motorsport Lamborghini Huracan, the Porsche for Roberto Pampanini, and the Daniel Schwervelt driven Hella Padgett Racing 1 car. They're about to stream across the line, with now Schwervelt having got past the two of them on that lap. So Schwervelt, Pampanini, Ridoni, the big loser, slipping back to 5th position.
What I'm trying to fathom, Johnny, is where the number 8 Ferrari slipped down to 13th overall. It's the Kessel Racing car that was battling with that number 30 earlier on. Marco Tallarico is now at the wheel of the number 8, but that car's falling out. That car should have been around about the same sort of track situation as the number 30 you've just described, having that great battle with those two other cars, and yet it isn't, and I'm not sure I saw that car slip away. I did see that it spent 5 minutes in the pits, which might be the answer to my own question there. We'll wait and see if anybody else has noticed anything about the number 8, but that's fallen out of sequence with those other cars that you just described having a great battle.
Very much is, and I get the impression the order is not done changing just yet, with Horst Feldmeier not very far away. Redone is losing time though. He's already not been able to prevent a gap of 2 seconds between Roberto Pampanini and the nose of his Lamborghini Huracan, so concentrated far more on holding back Horst Feldmeier Jr. if at all possible. Horst currently in the KTM Crossbow from Reiter Engineering. So you've got Lippert Motorsport, Reiter Engineering, then the recovering Equipe Vasseur Harry Collin driven Renault RS01, which had all of that time at the sharp end of the field, either in second or latterly leading the race. And Harry Collin, the Dutchman, who has raced in the 24H series as far back as 2009, actually 2008 was his first ever Dubai 24 hours, again for Equipe Vasseur, and Harry Collin is now at the wheel of the Renault RS01. At one point drove for Equipe Vasseur 13 years ago. It was a Renault Clio in the 2008 version of the Dubai 24 hours, and Harry shared that car with Sheila Vasseur and Mickey Bertram. So vastly experienced in all manner of machinery. There's quite a step up between a Renault Clio and the Renault RS01, but at least he's staying within the same mark, as Equipe Vasseur seem to have done year on year. The Dynamic Motorsport Porsche heading through the first of the Arabiatas, negotiating one of a couple of vortexes in the entry in the process. And the engine note you hear in the background is the flat 6 of Roberto Pampanini's 911 GT3R. It's a Gen 2 991. Now that vortex he was overtaking could well have been Philippe Bonnel in the 712 GTX entry. There are two Vortex 1.0s in this particular race, with 712 and the 701 of Karen Gaillard being the other. GTX is led by those two cars I've already mentioned, Lippert Motorsport Lamborghini and the KTM Crossbow for Reiter Engineering. TCX firmly now in the hands of CWS Engineering and the Colin White Ginetta, which pops into fuel as we speak about him. But that testament to a really good drive for the man from the southwest of England. Colin White started from the pit lane, but that doesn't detract at all from his abilities or indeed his focus on doing well in the race, and he's got himself all the way to the class lead.
He probably relished the challenge, knowing Colin, and he certainly has, hasn't he? So he before his first pit stop, Johnny, having started from the pit lane, he was then able to get the car into not just the class lead, but the overall lead of TCE, which is a cracking drive from Colin. Now, he'll not want us to wax lyrical too much about this, because there's still quite a way to go. 2 hours 21 before we break for this evening and resume tomorrow. So, you know, still a lot of race to go. And Colin already in and out of the pits on his outlap already. Stays in the car, according to my screen.
Yes, Ben?
There we go. I can now hear myself, so I know I'm on. If I make funny noises like that, it's because I'm not yet on air. JF Brunot is waiting patiently with his Ginetta suit and helmet at the end of pit lane. They're on box number 2, so they're the far end of pit lane. The whole team, in fact, were waiting for Colin to pull into the box. And as he drove past, they all shook their head. Colin straight back out onto circuit without taking tyres and without giving the car to anybody else. So he took fuel, and we believe that we will see him again in a lap's time when he will do the rest of the service. But I think perhaps a little mistake there.
Okay.
So well, that's beyond comedy, really, if that's not deliberate.
You know, it's not beyond the realms of possibility for Colin, though, who's hopefully chuckling in his helmet and thinking, well, I've managed to sort myself an extra lap around Mugello, so I'm a happy boy. But it does rather take away from the hard work he's been putting in for the last, hour and 40 minutes.
Probably the team are thinking, if it's a pity he's the boss, we would have been able to sack him for this.
Yes.
Oh, big off, Johnny.
Yes, and that's coming out of the pit lane, Joe, I think. The car has done a big squirm and slide. So something locked there on the way out of the pit lane, or has it just ended up on pit exit road? But there is a big line of tyre tracks there, and we're going to go code 60, unsurprisingly. The 710, which was the class leader in GTX for Gabriele Ridone. And there is no OUT next to Ridone's name. So that has come from full speed on the main straight here at Mugello to come to grief big time on the right of the track. And I'm trying to work out which bit of the Mugello furniture it's collected. It's the concrete wall, isn't it, at the end of pit exit.
Has he?
I think it's gone in backwards there.
He hasn't just come out of the pits, has he? He's been on the straight.
Because, as I say, the word out would be next to Gabriele Ridone's name.
Yes.
He's come across the main start-finish line and either had contact with another car, or there's been a big failure on that machine, either a tyre letting go or, I don't know, something locking to freeze the rear wheels. But that is huge damage to the rear and huge damage to the left quarter of that car as well, after it's hit the concrete backwards and then spun like crazy to come to a rest on the grass on driver's right on the approach to the first corner.
There's been a lot of components moving around in that engine bay as well, and perhaps some sort of coolant pipe that looks like steam rather than smoke, Johnny. So that's a you know what? That is there it is there. It's a steaming wreck. I think that's that car done.
Yeah.
Got to be. That's a huge amount of damage.
Well, you've got engine bay, namely that end of the car. You've got gearbox as well. You've got rear diffuser, which is all, I think, carbon fibre on these cars, but that's obliterated as well. And bits of Lamborghini Huracan Super Trofeo are now strewn across the racetrack as well. But the first thing we need to do is make sure that Gabriele Ridone is okay. Its Compass Mentis is able to talk to the marshals and the rescue crew very quickly indeed to the scene. I can't see another car anywhere close, so whether he's gone off in avoidance and the other car involved has got away scot-free, whether there wasn't no other car involved, we can't tell you that just at this stage. But this presents an opportunity for everybody else in the race. They'll be thinking, what do we do under this code 60? And Ben Constanduris, I'm sure, has got some answers.
Few moments' time, a lot of the cars, actually not so many cars heading into fueling, but the team down at Leopard Motorsport checking the onboard camera. You'll know that many of these cars have private onboard cameras that stream directly to pits so that the teams can monitor what their drivers are doing, and that helps a lot with the way that they are able to educate their drivers and improve on lap times. And so the team have a replay function which is allowing them to just check and to see exactly what happened. And it did look like he was happily driving down the start-finishing straight and got a swapper on, which obviously is very unusual. So something happened at the rear end of the car, and that sent him into the wall. And now we've got the medical team and the recovery vehicles over, just checking on the driver as the pits become a little bit busier, but not a huge amount. We do have the number 18 Audi being serviced, full tyre service for them, and I expect the fueling area is actually a lot busier than the pit lane at the moment. Don't forget, we are still awaiting Colin White. He doesn't have to go into to fuel up, though. So actually, in a way, he's been quite lucky here that he can change his driver, that little mistake that he made, without the punishment of actually needing to take fuel.
That's true, because
Yes.
that little whoopsie made by, well, Colin, actually, I was going to say CWS Engineering, but it was quite possibly all the blame lies at Colin White's door. I think I know him well enough to be able to say that.
He's the CW in CWS,
exactly.
though, Johnny. So
No, exactly. So the team are in a tricky position, as you say, because you can't remove the guy who's made the mistake because he owns a team. Anyway, I just wonder whether this has presented a bit of an opportunity for him to get out and say, well, we've avoided disaster there because we've gone straight into a Code 60. I've avoided the need for the car to take a fuel stop because he would have only got half fuel, and they actually banked a full tank the last time he was in. And the virtually all black, but with a little bit of teal detailing, as is so typical for a CWS car, is back on pit road now, and finally they can finish their pit stop.
Yeah, I suppose it's kind of like a bit of damage limitation with regards to his defence. While we remain under Code 60, Johnny, I'm just going to try and find it. I think it was Rob Chalmers who asked the question or put forward the idea. Yes, it is. Rob Chalmers says, I'm surprised more teams from other series don't take advantage of the open atmosphere of the Creventic races to do a pre-season practice race and merge testing with nailing down procedures. And it's a good point. And yes, that would be nice. Then we had sometimes Grouchy Guy. I completely concur with that, that moniker. He kind of answers that with, I wonder if the fact that the 24H series uses Hankook tyres exclusively renders a fair bit of that data less than useful if you go then back to the series where you use your Michelins or other tyre brands. Well, you're obviously a data guy, Grouchy, because I kind of sort of want to meet in the middle there. Yes, the setup on the car would be rendered kind of different running a Hankook to a Michelin, but I think Rob's point of pre-session practice race sessions, and you are kind of chipping the rust off your team and your tyre change crew and all of that, and just being at a track, isn't it, JP? About being at the track and just having the team sort of gel together. I think you'd get a lot out of that, and if you render the tyre data and the setup data as kind of not being as useful as perhaps you'd like, then I think you'd still get a lot out of it at this time of the year, especially at the front of the season. In fact, haven't we seen in the past Lemsky's team, Barwell, they've often come to this race, haven't they, the Mugello one?
Yes. I'm not sure whether I would say often, but he's done it
once, twice,
I think. Yes.
Yeah. For that very reason.
Indeed. No, it's a nice early race in the season, and ahead of any campaigns you may be doing elsewhere in Europe, and it fits very nicely. I think deliberately so, to welcome a few extra teams here and there. And if we can hang on to them for a few more European races, then more the better, really. But we'll wait and see. Ben Considuris with a bit of news, and then we'll go to Joe.
Thanks, Johnny. Down in the pit lane with Colin White. Let's start off with the confusing bit, Colin. 2 pit stops in 2 laps.
I tried to get into the filling station. It looked as though the cones were in a different place. I couldn't get the steering lock on to get into, and I would have hit the cones over. I couldn't reverse down pit lane, so I just said I've got to go again. But we was already on the 103 litres used, and there's only 107 in the car. So we've only ever found 105. So we went round on fresh air. Had to do it again, so yeah.
And very, therefore, unlucky that in that time period the Code 60 comes out, and presumably you weren't able to get a fuel tank in.
Yeah, I didn't see the Code 60, so that happened as I went in. Then I think there was a bit of a slow bit of a refueling. So it was, a tough old race. I had a good race to the 202 car, the BMW. We were in cat and mouse all the time. But other than that, it was good. The track was really good here, and the crew done a fantastic job here. We had to do a lot of work on the car, so we didn't get to qualify, so we had to start at the back of the grid. We had a clutch go on the car in a diff. Car hit me yesterday in practice, so we had to do all those repairs, and each time we go out we find something else wrong, so fingers crossed it'll survive the 12 hours.
I mean, fantastic stint, therefore, to come from pit lane to, by the time you came into the pits, leading your class.
Yeah, that's the bit I enjoy.
So you're pretty much halfway into this first part of the race. You're going to have to do a little splash and dash before we go to the end of the 4 hours in this weird first part of this 12-hour race?
Yeah, we'll just keep to our timetable, and we'd get about half an hour of fuel, and unless the code 60 or something, we'll just leave it as it is and just carry on tomorrow.
I noticed you didn't change tyres when you changed driver just now. Are you going to try and do another full stint in those tyres, or does the code 60 allow you not to need to change?
The tyres are absolutely perfect here, so it's the because you've got a code 60, you can't really warm the tyres up very well. So you're going to be behind there trying to warm the tyres up, and that seems pointless having a brand new tyres doing that sort of work. If it's going to be a big code 60 for half an hour, you might as well use tyres on that half an hour stint at 60 mile an hour than brand new. And we'll have the brand new rubber a bit later on when we really need it.
Great stuff, and congratulations on the stint, and thanks for chatting to us.
Colin White with Ben Constanduros, and more interviews to come as the recovery work continues on the Lippert Motorsport Lamborghini Huracan. How quickly motorsport can change, Joe, because remember back to the Dubai 24 hours, the guys doing the GTX winning 2 months ago were Lippert with probably this very Lamborghini, and it's now, I'm afraid to say, rather second-hand.
Yeah, a bit unfortunate. I've just had a message from GM Lippmann. By the way, where is GM Lippmann in this field? He's not here. Why isn't he here? He usually is. He usually does last-minute deals and jumps in the car. We're missing you, GM, but thanks for that. He's just sent me, or tried to send me, a replay from the in-car on this car, and he said it looks like something's broke. So that car has, you can imagine, absolutely flat chat in top gear by the time it's getting to pit exit down that very long straight here at Mugello. Looks like it's just snapped to the right. So his GM's assumption is that something looks like it may have broken. That's pitched that car off. Thanks for that.
We use the phrase start finish straight because that's always used at whatever racetrack we tend to be at, but this one is far from straight. It is past the pit lane, but then there's a kink to the right and to the left, but not really anything that you would say is a proper corner. The corner numbers don't recognise the change in direction as being anything, because corner number 1 on the racetrack is that slow speed right hand hairpin at San Donato. There's nothing there that would change the weight of the car in order to cause it to spin like that. It has to be, for me, something that's gone big time, probably on the rear of that car. And now there's so much damage, it'll be very tough to work out exactly what it was, but possibly the driver will know a little bit more. And the priority, first of all, of course, is to make sure that Ridone is sent to the medical centre and given a number of checks before he talks to us. But we may well get a little bit of news on that later on. Gabriele Ridone, who I don't think was part of the lineup in that race-winning Dubai event. You're right, though, about JM Lippmann, because he raced for HRT Performance at Dubai. So that team not making the trip to Italy. But for Lippert Motorsport, it was actually a win for Greg Gorski. Did Ridone do that 24 hours? He was in the race, but he raced actually in the 991 class for Profile Doors by Uber Racing. So Ridone with a different team on that occasion, running in the 991 class, and wasn't a class winner. Let's just find out. He was 4th, in fact, with Larry Ten Voorde, Ilya Melnikov, and Hofsummer, who's also in this race as well. Matthias Hofsummer. So there's been a little bit of chopping and changing. Really akin to what you were talking about with JM Lippmann. You know, there are deals to be had, and not necessarily with the same team, race in, race out, but you just want to be on the grid, don't you, in one way or another?
I think JM has actually driven for every single team that's ever raced in Creventic. I exaggerate ever so slightly.
I think he still needs about 3 of them, and then he'd have the full set.
Yeah, before he gets the set. He's had a few swapsies. No, he's been he's one of those competitors that become very familiar, and I think he's got plans already afoot, according to his Sport 21 agency, to put himself and other drivers in cars for the 12 Hours of Paul Ricard in a month's time. So he's not going to be away for very long. And I'm pretty sure he's raced here at Mugello before. He put me right on that one, if not. But again, Johnny, it just shows that things are good. We kind of forget the fundamentals, don't we? We forget that cars are just basically nuts and bolts bolted together, and bits of metal and bits of other materials like carbon fibre that can cause issues, and attrition does become a part, and perhaps even more so, attrition being a very big part of endurance racing. And to be successful and to do well in endurance racing, you have to be able to react to that adversity when you meet it, and also what that adversity brings is the challenge of getting your car to the end of, whether it be a 6 hour, an 8 hour, a 12 hour, a 24 hour. There's a challenge within that. It doesn't matter where you finish. The challenge itself is getting that car and your drivers and the crew. It's very physical for absolutely everyone involved in having these cars racing around the track here, getting everyone to the end of that endurance race. And that's why the hashtag is this is endurance in all aspects and elements of going racing for 12 hours or more.
And the other thing is, I suppose, race cars, for the main part, go right, and it's only when they go wrong big style for Redone there that we suddenly think, blimey, these cars are really shifting at great speed, and when something fails like that, you don't have any time to react and you become a passenger. By the way, we're back to green flag running. You possibly detected that from the engine notes rising. So again, great credit to the Mugello track staff for recovering the car so quickly and doing the necessary sweeping as well, because the debris field there must have been a good sort of 200 metres or so from where the initial impact was made, and then it continued down the track, maybe close to 100 metres. But anyway, it was significant, and they have retrieved all of the components that could potentially have caused punctures later on in the race very rapidly indeed.
a few minutes there where we've just lost our colleagues over in London. We'll endeavour to get them back online in a few moments' time. So for the moment, you got me down in pit lane doing a bit of double bubble as we ride on board with the 34 car collection. Audi, which had that contact earlier on, but now back out onto circuit, albeit quite a few laps down after the repairs to the left front of that car. It was the right front of the Zaxby Mercedes, which we think they made contact with. And it's Dr. Johannes Kirchhoff who is aboard that car right now. Down in 40th position is Johannes Kirchhoff, some 28 laps back, I think, from its nearest rival, so a huge amount of time lost for them, and they are effectively the car that is running last, because we only have one retirement so far, or not retirement, but one car in pit lane permanently, and that is the Victor Shaitar team, Zaxby number 13. Other than, of course, that Lamborghini that we saw have the accident on the start finishing straight just a few moments ago that brought out our latest code 60. We do have a yellow flag down at turn 11. Oh, and it is the Ginetta G55 of Colin White. We spoke to Colin just a few moments ago. Ginetta in the gravel, that will clearly be a code 60 to be able to recover, and indeed already it flashes up on our screens. A good opportunity therefore, if needed, for cars to come into pit lane and get themselves at least half a tank of fuel, and if they feel like getting themselves tyres, then they can do that too. But it is going to be a few moments before we recover that CWS Engineering Ginetta out on turn 11, which is the two fast sweepers at the very back of the circuit, downhill, right and left. So the circuit for the moment goes quiet. We have, as I say, 39 runners still on track. There's only one other car. Yes, and the only other car that has not joined us, of course, is that Leopard Lamborghini that we saw. Okay, cool. So let's get back to Johnny and Joe over in the UK, where we can continue with the pros. Commentator.
We got Ben back for a second. That car is very much in that gravel, and the gravel, it's deep in the gravel, so that's not going to be able to. He's probably Jean-Francois has probably tried to drive that car out, but in doing so, he's kind of buried the car deeper into the gravel. That's going to have to be recovered by a snatch tractor. And so that, Johnny, has brought out the code 60.
So this is the latest code 60. The one prior to this was caused by the Lippert Lamborghini, and that is a massive failure, completely out of the blue. And how much time do you get to react behind the wheel of the Lippert Motorsport Lamborghini? Absolutely no time at all. I reckon there's probably 2 or 3 tenths of a second for Gabriele Rodoni to do something about that. But I think it's probably suspension failure which snaps the rear wheel in completely the wrong angle and steers him into the concrete, and that is the result. So that brought out a code 60, and obviously the need to recover the car. We look at the standings after 2 hours of running, and it is this is the GT part of the field, by the way. Hella Padgett Racing 1 car that leads the way, with Daniel Schwerveld at the wheel of the number 30 Ferrari 488 in the GT3 AM category. Second is a Middle Cat Racing with Scuderia Praha Ferrari, car number 11 of the Czech Republic for Matus Vibor. Then it's Roberto Pampanini for the Dynamic Motorsport Porsche squad, car number 7, ahead of another Porsche, this time for Higili by T2 Racing, and Peter de Curtins. And that's the 66 machine. Herbert Motorsports' Daniel Alleman, also in a Porsche. Car 91 is 5th. 6th position for the best placed GTX car, Reiter Engineering's Crossbow. And at the wheel of the KTM is Eike Angermeyer. 7th position for CP Racing's Charlie Putman in the Mercedes number 85. Equipe Vasseur is 8th for Eric Van Loon in the former race-leading Renault RS01. In 9th position, the At 955, Willy Motorsports by Ebby Motors at 991 class car for Sergei Nikolai. That's obviously a Porsche Cup car, as they all are in the 991 division. Herbert Motorsport 10th, although heading for the pits now. That car being driven by Stefan Aust. And in 11th position, it's the in 12th position rather, the 58 car for MP Racing and Karina Gosner. 13th place, and the GTX second place machine behind the Reiter Engineering KTM Crossbow is the second of the Lamborghini Huracan Super Trofeos for RD Signs Racing Team and Ramonas Kapkauskas. Then you've got the GDL Racing Andreas Bruno Josefsson driven Porsche in the 967 car. Kessel Racing for the intriguingly titled driver LMDV, and his Ferrari for the San Marino, for the Swiss squad I should say, in 15th place as we go back to green flag running. Next up it is in 16th place, the Profile Doors by Uber Racing Machine for, that's another Porsche. 17th place, third in GTX is the Vortex V8 for Nicholas Dobbs, Vortex 1.0. Jonas Gelzinis in the Jutta Racing Porsche is next. That's another 991 class car. Stadler Motorsport Ramon Werner for 920. And then we're down to the 973 Ebby Motors Massimiliano Donzilo Porsche. The Duvo Racing Stanislav Sidoruk Porsche. Duvo have been in the wars, remember, with that early puncture. And finally in the GT category, we've got the GDL Racing Roberto Ranieri into Porsche number 969. So that is the order in the GT series. Remember that after problems for Team Zakspeed very early on, the Victor Scheitel Mercedes has yet to rejoin the race, but Car Collection are runners again, thankfully, after their clash with the Zakspeed Mercedes. To the TCR division, and TCR is led, despite various things happening for the CWS Engineering Ginetta, still labelled as the leader, but of course it had that off-track moment which brought out the code 60, so that is set to change very quickly and will leave the Red Camel Jordans.NL 101 car leading the TCE division. Yellow flags intriguingly are back out on track, so we've got another problem somewhere around this just over 5 kilometre circuit at Mugello. High Specim is second in the TCRs for the NKPP Racing by Bas Kooten squad, and third is the, from Belgium, AC Motorsport Audi RS3 of Stéphane Perrin, car number 188. Shown as fourth, but also, remember, needed recovering during the Code 60 is the CWS Engineering Jean-Francois Bruno driven Ginetta G55, although top on our graphics. Fifth position in the TCE division is the Autorama Motorsport Volkswagen Golf for Walter Reho. Then it's the speed lover Porsche of Philippe Vils, Porsche 718 Cayman in car number 206. The RC2 junior team by Cabra Racing have their brand new Cupra Leon Competition in fifth place in the TCR category. Third in TCX is the JR Motorsport Zandra van der Sloot BMW, but that car is currently being serviced in the pit lane. Sixth in TCR is the Elite Motorsport Gianvito Rossi driven Volkswagen Golf. And in seventh position in TCR is the Jutta Racing Junior Cupra, car number 121. Two more TCX machines finally. Dennis Bonvini in the Lotus Elise. Remember, there's an Exige and an Elise in this race. The 205 is currently fourth in the TCX part of the race, and fifth in TCX is the JR Motorsport BMW E46 of Dirk Schouten. So that's the standings in possibly quite a little bit of a different order compared to how you see them on the live stream, but mainly because of the issues for the CWS Engineering Ginetta, now being driven by Jean-Francois Bruno, but the spin brought a Code 60. And we're under another Code 60, in fact. So no sooner do you get one caution that you get several all in a row. That always seems to be the case with cautions breeding cautions. And what do we know, Joe, about this latest one?
I know nothing is the answer, JP. But before, as I try to fathom out what this Code 60 is about, and we're getting to the bottom of it, I just want to say that number 34, the Audi R8 of Car Collection Motorsport, that epitomises exactly what we were saying about this series.
Yeah.
They're over 25 laps plus down from the lead, and yet they've repaired the car after that extensive hit on the left-hand side, both front and rear, and they've resumed, and they're going to finish off the rest of this race, and they're going to enjoy the drive, aren't they, around Mugello for the rest of this race? They're out of contention, but that's not what it's about.
You can look ahead to a fresh day tomorrow as well. Okay,
Yeah,
a certain amount of a reset, but an 8-hour portion of the race still to go on Saturday. We've had 2 hours. We've had a little over 2 hours, in fact, and it seems like it's been jammed, packed full of highlights. The race kicked off with a really good... two separate Code 60s since then, and this race has really struggled for any sort of rhythm. The second Code 60, which was brought in and now has been withdrawn again, I think it was for that Ginetta once more. So the Ginetta G55 that instigated the first of a couple of Code 60s quite possibly caused another, just so that it could safely return to the track. And now that it has been track clear, which is a very welcome message on my screen, and we're back to green flag running. It's very difficult, Joe, if you are trusted with the car during this stint, to kind of get any forward momentum, because every time you get into your groove, it's time to get off the gas again. The race leader is Matus Vibo, and Vibo joined by his dad in the number 30 car, the number 11 car rather, leading the way. Helen Paget and the Racing One machine, having just made a stop, was the race leader, Joe. It's now slipped back to third, but I was just making the point that, you know, you get into a little bit of a groove, you realise where you are in the race and what your target is perhaps for the next hour-long stint, and all of a sudden it's time to just quell that enthusiasm and sit the Code 60 out.
It breaks up your rhythm, doesn't it? It's all about rhythm around a racetrack, and as much as that rhythm can be broken up if you're in one of the faster cars like the GT3 cars, that rhythm can be broken up by getting past the slower cars. But that in itself has a rhythm to it. But then when it goes Code 60, you're just getting into feeling the car, feeling the tyres, and then you have to slow down again. And it's how much the tyre temperature drops and drops the performance of the tyre. It's kind of like a voyage of discovery when we then go back to green, and that all depends on the length of the Code 60. So, you know, it's all about getting that car back up to its optimum performance, but feeling your way and not making a mistake. And that's, I think, the biggest contributory factor to the saying of yellows breed yellows, Code 60s breed Code 60s. That's why that happens, Johnny.
Yeah, so let's hope for a sustained level of concentration now, and you've always got to sail cleverly through this period immediately after a Code 60, when, you know, the idea of a Code 60 is to make sure that cars don't get bunched up, and therefore leads that have taken an hour or two to create aren't taken away from those drivers in the matter of seconds. You would get that under a safety car, but that was the whole reason why, when the Dutch Supercar Challenge were dreaming up different ways of bringing a race under a caution period, the idea of a Code 60 was suggested, and it's all speed limited. But having said that, there is still the scope for a car to make a pit stop and therefore get out of position because of that. And then it does take a little while, 4, 5, maybe 6 laps, for cars to find some clear air once again. That's exactly what the Dynamic Motorsport Porsche is having to do, with Italian Roberto Pampanini currently at the wheel. So he pulls for another gear on the way out of Buccini corner and over the start-finish straight once again, past the scene of that frightening looking moment for the Lippert Motorsport Lamborghini, which has almost certainly put that car out of the race, sadly. But you can't afford to, if you're not part of that team, you can't afford to keep your thoughts with Lippert Motorsport for too long, because there is a race to be run out there, a race to be won indeed. And if there is an incident, no matter how big, then you have to think, right, how can we capitalise on this, or what decisions are we going to make about pitting or not pitting? Roberto Pampanini, with the Italian flag on his belt, but was actually born in Zurich, 53 years old now, and runs as a bronze-rated driver, but was a regular with Mauro Calamia in the past, again sharing a car with the Swiss driver once again, and Ivan Giacomo makes up an all sort of Swiss/Italian lineup there. For
car going slowly.
Oh yeah, that's the
slowly,
Vortex,
Johnny.
isn't it, Joe? One of a couple of Vortexes in the entry.
It's the 712 Vortex that's just made its way back to the pits, and it's probably running, looks like about 60 kilometres an hour, much slower than the traffic around them. He's made it to pit lane and probably into the arms of Ben Constanduros, who's down there. Shout out, Ben, when you see this car entering. Nothing apparent on it though, Johnny. No smoke coming from it, no engine smoke or tyres rubbing or anything. So we won't speculate. We'll just wait to see what it is that's brought the Vortex in. Trying to find out where he is in the field, and he's in 19th overall and 3rd in GTX. So class podium for that car at the moment. But now that car's made it to the pits and the team going to work on it, they look like they may be about to lift the rear deck off. They're looking towards the engine. It's a mid-engine car, engine gearbox at the rear of this car. They haven't bothered with taking the rear bodywork off to check it out, and they're still inspecting around about the right rear wheel arch. Certainly the problem is at the rear of this car. And just checking, I think now from what I see, maybe the drivers reported a vibration of sorts, because they're just checking the wheels, all 4 wheels now being checked for looseness. So maybe the driver's reporting a bit of a vibration. We'll see.
Well, Ben's there, as you would expect, very quickly to the scene of the incident, or at least just a car in the pits. So what can you tell us?
Well, I think you're totally right, Joe, in that there was a lot of kind of wiggling of the wheels on the rear end of the car. So they weren't particularly sure, but they were just checking to see if there was any play, because the driver had reported a vibration from the rear. Now they identified something on the rear left, which will become more apparent as they start to take things apart from this car. They actually have 2 cars in this one box. So it's pretty cramped affair if they had both cars in here. For the moment, they've only got the 712, which is now finally being wheeled in, and they're starting to take off the rear left. So something loose on the rear left, and they begin to get to work. But the garage wasn't really ready for bringing a car in, so it was a very late call to get this Vortex V8 into the pit box without having various chairs and wheels lying around.
It's Nicholas Nobbs, by the way, who brought the car in. And looking up Nicholas's career so far in motorsport, last time he raced, I reckon, was 2019, at this very race, when they actually turned up with, I don't know whether you remember this, Joe, a Vortex Sirocco, which was like a silhouette car, and I think probably mid-engined. It had a 3.5 litre V6 made by Nissan in the middle of this Sirocco that looked like a VW Sirocco, but very much wasn't under the skin. And Vortex have a habit of that, of kind of turning up with cars that look ludicrous, quite frankly. They look so dramatic and striking, but, dare I say it, are susceptible to the odd reliability problem here and there.
I seem to have a vague recollection of, they're obviously, it's a silhouette formula, isn't it? And the car was basically the Vortex chassis with a Scirocco type bodywork put on it.
Yeah.
And you've now jogged my memory, and I thought the car looked fantastic. I think I reported that the car was, if we had a grid of these, or 6 to 10 of these cars, that bolstering the 24H series grid, that would be fantastic. Especially with the type of engine that they've planted in it, the Nissan. It's a robust, relatively bulletproof engine in that guise, and that would have been great if that had taken off, but it clearly hasn't, because we haven't seen it out again.
I don't think we have. I mean, if you go to your favourite search engine and type in Vortex Scirocco GC10, then plenty of images and some short videos of it will be revealed. Probably most of them filmed here at Mugello 2 years ago when that car first appeared. But yeah, whatever has happened to that, it seems it's not going to be a continuing concern within the 24H series, which is a real shame. That year as well, did they run the Scirocco at the Dubai 24 Hours? Yeah, 2 years ago at the Dubai 24 Hours, that Scirocco was also sported by Vortex V8. By the way, the guys behind the team known as Vortex V8 remain Lionel Amrouche, who used to race for the team. In fact, he is racing for the team today, I beg your pardon, with Karen Gaillard and Boris Gimont. And the other name that Pierre Fontaine is labelled as the entrant for 712. That might just be because they are the first names on the driver list, in fact, rather than being anything like team managers. But Philippe Bonnel and Nicolas Nobbs, the Swiss driver latterly, and it was Nobbs that was at the wheel when that problem hit. His car being wheeled back out onto the apron, though, in the bright tangerine colours, and dolly jacks being removed, dropped down onto its wheels, and let's hope that it can continue on to at least get to the end of the 4 hours today.
Whatever it is that the driver reported, the team are obviously happy that they've found the problem. And that car about to fire up and leave the pit lane, as it does just off the pit apron now. So, being the geek I am of course intrigued as to what exactly the driver was on about and what the team found. And that's a great look at the other Vortex in the field. It looks great, doesn't it? That's the blue and yellow one, isn't it?
Yes.
But it looks, I'll tell you what that looks like. It looks like an old Corvette Daytona prototype, kind of scaled down at first sight.
Yeah.
If you,
like a
glimpse
sort
of
of
it.
legend version, a 5/8 scale replica of a Daytona prototype. Yeah.
Yes.
No,
yeah,
I like that.
Yeah.
I'll buy that, definitely.
Let's have 10 of them on the grid. They look great.
I'm not sure how many the race would finish with necessarily, without wanting to be rude.
Matter.
But it doesn't matter. No, exactly.
Doesn't matter.
And they sound glorious as well.
They're great, yeah.
And if the guys down at Vortex can keep their car going for 12 hours, then they will be the first, people to kind of really be up for it and have the enthusiasm to keep going, even if they've sat out for a couple of hours or 4 hours, whatever. They're still keen to make sure that they're racing by the time the checkered flag is waved.
Well, the thing is, Johnny, if you do, if we were ever so lucky to have 10 of those cars on the grid, it becomes the challenge is becoming the first Vortex to win, to lead, to finish.
Yes.
We've already got races within races with our class structure, but within those classes, there's the best Audi, the first, to finish, the best Ferrari, the best. All right, Cullen White's ahead of the game here with a Ginetta G55 because he's always going to be the first Ginetta to finish. But you get my drift. You could have 10 Vortexes in the pits for 4 hours, and only race over 8 hours, but it'll always be the first Vortex home, won't it?
Exactly. That shouldn't be overlooked.
The Vortex company can hire me as a marketing consultant if they want, because I think I've got a slogan there.
Why would you want anybody else, frankly, after that little talk? I think you've sold yourself to him. Dr. Johannes Kirchhoff wasting no time at all. in threading his way through the order. Sadly, an overtake on track on the number 8 Ferrari won't improve his position because of all the ground lost earlier on in the white and blue Audi, but it didn't stop him pulling off a nice little overtake underneath the Kessel Racing Ferrari for LMDV. That's the driver, by the way, LMDV. I need to try and work out exactly who is behind the wheel of that machine. 11th position for Kessel Racing, anyway. Here is Ben with another update from the pits.
Well, I've been hanging around the Vortex garage because, as I find a lot in my life, French people don't like to speak English. I live in France. I'm married to a French person. I'm allowed to say that. And unfortunately, Pierre Fontaine is unable to speak and tell me the issue with the car. I wanted to have a quick chat with him generally about the car, as you guys have been enthusing so much. But I was able to be shown the piece that was broken. And it was literally a bolt that is threaded halfway down and then has no thread the other half. And literally where the thread ended, it broke, and that bit was holding on the triangle of the suspension. That is probably a French translation of it would be a suspension arm, I suppose, in English. The triangle of the suspension in French. So there we go. That's the problem. But they put a new bolt in, and that's why it was so quick to go in and out again.
Okay, thank you for that. And well, maybe we'll work on the guys at Vortex. There's an opportunity perhaps to sidle into their garage tomorrow as well. And
we could always
maybe get a proper interview on air. Ben trying his hardest, and I'm sure knows plenty of French as well to just extract the information. But you need two sides to be willing to party on that in that respect, and only one was. So we'll work on that, Joe.
Do it in French.
Well, I think probably Ben tried it in French, and still the answer was...
Ah, right, still. Well, he's obviously shy. Continuing on the Vortex theme, Johnny, the series, I think it's James Gent behind the Twitter for the series, reminds us that the Sirocco GC10 in Dubai in 2019 won the SP3 class.
There you go.
So there you go.
Okay.
Give me 10 of them.
They'll do the distance. No problem at all with that. LMDV is Leonardo Maria Del Vecchio, by the way. The 25-year-old Italian. We've got a slow BMW out on track. That's one of the two JR Motorsport Beamers, I think I'm right in saying, or is it another one of the BMWs? There are 3 in the race, and typically when the numbers favour me saying JR Motorsport, it's probably the ST Racing example. Try and confirm that for you in a moment. But with 2 JR Motorsport cars having started so well and are now troubled with issues, it is the ST Racing Chandler Hull driven M4 now with a problem. That's down on the front left corner. Might be a Hankook which has gone pop. It might be something more suspicious underneath the bodywork with maybe suspension going bang. Again, I'm thinking about this track historically, whether it's been much of a car beater, because there are curbs here. Mentioned at the top of the show, it's more akin to bike Grand Prix rather than car Grand Prix, but I don't remember the curbs here, Joe, being particularly brutal.
They're not.
No.
They're not, and the reason being is it's a big track for MotoGP, so we like the curbs to be very shallow and smooth and no sort of high ridges, and that's why we don't have sausage curbs at Mugello. Another car moving slowly, Johnny.
Well, that's the ST Racing BMW, you see, but I think that's got suspension failure rather than
It's got a puncture.
Well, has the tyre gone because the suspension's failed, or is it just the matter that the tyre's gone? It's unusual for a rear-wheel drive car to have a front tyre go, but I suppose that's where all the wear is when you're turning right an awful lot around this place. Front left is down.
And it's constant radius curves here at Mugello, Johnny, so that really does take it out of that left front. And you've got to be thinking about that every time you turn in. You've got to be thinking about, not overloading that left front, because it can. I'm not suggesting a puncture, but it can certainly start wearing, and you can certainly then that turns to understeer problems on turning for your right-handers. That car, though, it looks to me as though it might. I think you might be right there, Johnny.
There's just a lot of camber on that front left corner.
That's
now,
what. Yeah,
it almost looks like a stock car. The amount that they've pitched into that, it's probably like 30 or 40 degrees or more.
Yeah, I agree.
So
yeah, I think you're right, mate.
Yeah. But we won't know until the car's in the garage and the wheel is removed, and then we can work out whether there's a lot of play in that suspension. But that was why I was talking about curbs, is that what's actually, if it is suspension, what has meant that has failed. Could have been some side-by-side contact that we never actually saw, of course, as well. But one thing is for sure, this is not a race shining particularly friendly towards BMWs, because three of them entered, and 2 of them have hit dramas, having been doing well actually. JR Motorsport, remember, started first and second in the TCE part of the race. Well, they're now well down, and the other car, this one from Canada for ST Racing, has hit difficulties itself.
The 202 that you mentioned there, Johnny, that was right in contention at the front of the TCE field. That's showing us on an outlap now with Dirk Schuiten bringing that car back out of the pits. Now that car has only completed 48 laps. The leader having completed 69. That has lost a lot of time in the pits, but it's just under an hour off the leader. Or is that an hour off the next car ahead of it?
It depends which column you're looking at.
Yes, I know. That's why I got all fuzzy there. Gonna have to step back from my many screens. But he's out. He's on his outlap. That's the thing.
Yes. And there's a lot to be said for that, because the last thing you want to be doing is kissing goodbye to this race when you've not even got into day 2 yet. Remember, there is a lengthy pause between the first segment of this race and the second one. It is split for 2021 into a 4 and an 8 hour race to be added together and give us a result for the Mugello 12 hours. But it is all about surviving this first 240 minutes, and the ST Racing BMW is doing just about enough. I just wonder whether the suspension has gone in such a way that the 2 front wheels of that BMW aren't actually pointing in the same direction either, so it's doing even more scrubbing to that front left tyre, which is already down. And when you are indeed, yeah, the toe of that car has caused the puncture, quite possibly. But remember, even though you're massively distracted by, got to get this car back to the team, got to get the tyre changed, don't forget that the first job is to get some fuel into the belly, and you have to do that in the fueling area before you get to the main pit lane.
Which is a problem, of course, if you've got damaged steering.
Yes.
And you've got to go through a very tight 180 degree into a very tight 90 degree. So if you have got limited steering ability because of damage, and I'm not saying that car has, because I think that BMW has indeed made it, the full 3 years, has now made it into that. Chandler Hull has got that ST Racing car into fueling. Round of applause.
Yeah.
Round of applause there.
Great skill involved there. A moment or two ago, there was an off-track moment for Odrius Navaskas, by the way, in the number 121 Cupra, so the Jutta Racing Junior machine from the TCR category. That's its second off, at the very least, for that machine. Remember, the 121 was stranded for quite a long time, just short of the pit lane, and we suggested it might be out of fuel. A sorry sight down at Team Zach Speed. This team with so much history, running Ford Capris at the Nürburgring 24 hours, and more recently big American muscle cars as well from Team Zach Speed. But the Mercedes...
Formula One as well, John.
Oh, of course, yeah, Formula One. I was more thinking about the GT
sports
world
cars,
that we're in this weekend. But yes, F1 as well couldn't be overlooked. And it looks like they've almost given up on that Mercedes, sadly. The suspension is all back in place, I would say, because it was the front right corner, wasn't it, that was so badly damaged. It's all been fixed. And Ben is there. So what do you reckon, Ben? Have they given up maybe just on today with views to rejoin the race tomorrow?
You can see that the car has the lasers to set up the caster camber and toe on each of the 4 corners. This corner, however, is missing the strut, so there is no suspension in there. The suspension is actually about to arrive, so we are watching this live. I don't think we're going to see this car out today, maybe for a little shakedown, but more than that, probably not. And then they'll focus on running all day tomorrow. One of the drivers did come up to me, having previously not wanted to speak to me. He then came up to me and had just offered his onboard camera. So hopefully either on the social media channels or maybe on the broadcast, we'll get a chance to see exactly what happened to this car. He's scuttled off. I think I'm going to be handed a USB pen in a second. I have no idea what to do with it, but maybe somewhere along the next couple of hours we'll have a chance to finally solve the problem on what happened to Zaxby.
Give it to Fabian in the truck or somebody like
Just
Sebastian, and
just what I was about to say.
It'll find its way to being on air, I reckon.
Yeah, give it to 0221. Take it up to Natasha or Fabian.
In our technical team, we trust, and I think actually that was the process of getting the visuals that we retrieved from the Lamborghini that had its crash on the main straight. I think that was possibly the method of getting those. And actually we're hearing from this crew, yes, that there is no onboard camera from 0221 from Zaxby, but what we do have the potential of is getting the data from their own camera and quite possibly uploading that. It might be a tomorrow thing, I realise. Tricky to do during the broadcast. Fabian saying, oh yeah, that's just going to happen by magic, Johnny. Well, you know.
Fabian, don't spoil the magic.
You're so talented in all other areas, Fabian. I think you're capable of doing this, whilst directing a live programme as well. Why not? We're welcome, I'm told. Natasha's
Fabian,
every confidence that she'll be able to do that.
And we're obviously all looking forward to our next karting battle when we get to grips with Fabian and his crew, aren't we?
Well,
when we're able to travel.
Pre-coronavirus, there was always the opportunities to have a kart race before the event started in Anger, and that was pretty much anywhere we went.
Yes.
So I'm really missing those, amongst other things. Heading out of Buccini corner, more side-by-side action, and a little bit later on in the race, threading the eye of the needle here is the Dynamic Motorsport Porsche, which is still going nicely in the hands of Roberto Pampanini, the Italian Porsche. And yes, I am right in that respect. It's very much a German car, but run by an Italian team. Still running second and looking to eat into that 30-second gap to the race leader, who is Matus Vibor in the middle cap Ferrari. Ben, more news from the pits.
Not really news. I was just going to say, it's no wonder that I don't do the full season of 24H Series, because if I was doing kart races with all you guys, you'd be very disappointed and depressed by the end of the season, having come second to me on every single one, as Joe does on the 24 Series esports races. No wonder they're putting me, leaving you in London and putting me down here in Italy.
That is fighting talk from Ben Consti there. And we only have his word to go on, Joe.
Well, if this was the early 1800s, he'd have slapped my face with a gauntlet there, wouldn't he?
Yes, certainly the sound of a gauntlet being thrown down.
Bradley's diet starts in earnest. There's a reason now.
Right. Well, there were one or two at our TV colleagues who have run you close in the past, Joe.
Yeah, very much, absolutely.
So
yeah.
you know you've done your best to keep your powder dry, but yeah, fighting talk there from Ben Constiduras. We will get to a point where we can see whether there's actually any substance behind his argument.
And yes, Tim, of course I was alive in the early 1800s, cheeky devil. And I still wear gauntlets. Still enjoy being slapped and I still enjoy being slapped in the face before you add that one in as well. Can I bring this back to some semblance of order, John?
I really wish you would.
Well, it's thanks to Mike Nash. He's just pointed out that he pointed this out 14 minutes ago, and I've just been keeping an eye on it. It hasn't quite happened yet, but the leader is very close to putting a lap on the number 91 Daniel Alleman-driven Herbert Motorsport Porsche. Now, that is not something that the Herbert team is going to want to do. And just getting the positions on track, we've got the 11 just coming through turn 14 as the 91 goes into turn 15, which is the final turn here at Mugello. So not much in it as the number 91 comes out of turn 15, which is of course the Buccini turn. Then we've got the chasing leader, who just passing the pits now is the 91, and then just passing the pits now is the 11. That's how close it is to putting that 91 down a lap. And that, Johnny, is not what we want to have happen to any of us during this first 4-hour segment.
No, because we want
very important.
We want a nice close race from tomorrow morning, don't we? When this thing restarts after 4 hours are completed today. We're only an hour and 18 minutes away from the opening 4 hours being finished. There will be a checkered flag at that point, by the way, but don't mistake that for the end of the race. It merely decides the grid for the restart tomorrow. The other thing we should remind you of is that yes, it's important to stay on the lead lap of the GT3s if you're in the GT3 category. However, if you run in the Porsche Cup class, which is known as 991, then really your focal point is the class leader. You've just got to stay within a lap of that particular class leader, who is, at the moment, the Willy Motorsport by Ebby Motors Porsche 991 Gen 2 Cup car. And then there's a clever calculation done overnight about restart laps, and even if you are a lap down from the overall leader, it is mapped to your class leader then, so you could find yourself actually gaining a lap or possibly two overnight, just to make sure that that is all corrected, and there's a fair fight to be had by all tomorrow. This is a little bit unfair. If you picture the scene, you're in the TCR class, you are five car lengths behind the class leader, and the overall leader from GT gets between you and that car up ahead. In the old rules, you would be judged to be a lap down, when in effect you're only 5 car lengths away from the class leader. So in order to try and reorder things, make sure that's not a problem, this careful calculation called restart laps was introduced, well, it must be about 4 years ago now. It's complicated, you don't really need to know the ins and the outs of it, but just be assured that if you're close to the class leader when the checkered flag is shown later on tonight, then that should mean that you start just as close tomorrow morning. One or two people on the live chat to accompany this commentary indicating that they may be getting some rain shortly. Now, Joe, you and I looked at weather forecasts at the start of this race, and although the sky's been a little bit threatening since we started, but only with low cloud, and most of that cloud is kind of white and wispy, I still don't think it's going to threaten any rain.
My weather app, which isn't the most reliable of weather apps, other weather apps are available. I know I haven't even mentioned the name of it, but I'm not going to. Shows a 1% chance of precipitation all the way to the end of this all tonight. 0 chance overnight, and then into tomorrow. Weather going to persist in being pretty much like we are seeing now, with the percentage of chance of rain rising to a giddy 7% in the morning, and then reducing to 4% by the time we finish.
Well, I'm seeing the chance of showers tomorrow morning. The one man we really do need to speak to is Ben Constanduras, who stands in the pit lane looking at the sky.
I mean, what is the best forecast in the world? It is not looking on your weather app or on the internet, is being there and feeling it and seeing it. I would suggest that before the end of the race, no rain. I mean, you've got to consider that we are in the hills, and I was talking to a marshal a bit earlier on that I know who takes part in the World Rally Championship as well, and he was talking about how different parts of the circuit here have different wind directions, just because of the way that the hills direct the weather around. So you really could have all kinds of different weather. The rain that we were looking at the start of the race definitely has disappeared, but he suggests there is a 70% chance of rain between 8 and 11 tomorrow morning, clearing and then being nice and bright for the afternoon. But basically, it's really hard to predict the weather when you're surrounded by mountains and hills that create the weather. So that's my meteorological answer, which is not really a word.
You've made it one. We have a thing called the Nictionary when Nick Damon is on pit lane and grid duty, and you can just be the new Nick, Ben. Sorry about that, but you can be creating words such as you just uttered. I got light rain and showers tomorrow till about midday, and then it improves with mostly cloudy, and possibly even some solid sunshine come 6 o'clock tomorrow evening. But nothing today. So I think the teams can relax. They can put their wet weather Hankook tyres away for the next hour and 15 minutes. Great use of possibly more than one drone here this weekend. That's not me and Joe, by the way. That's the means of bringing you footage from the air, and it's a very dramatic track even at ground level. But getting a number of feet up into the air to really take in the landscape that surrounds this place. I'm always agog to how big events like the MotoGP event here that happens annually, and last year's Formula 1 Grand Prix, the process of getting trucks in and out down a very narrow country lane, it seems to be the only way to get in and out of this place. That you need some highly skilled drivers and a very strict one-way system, I would suggest.
And in my latest column, Johnny, you can read all about how those roads were used for the very first road races around this area of Italy.
Is that in the programme for this event?
That's in the programme, available online at 24hseries.com.
That could be my bedtime reading.
Well, I'll do the trick. It'll put you to sleep. Sure. For sure.
Yeah, because of course, normally the doors would be left open for fans to enjoy this race firsthand. Quite obviously that's not possible at the moment, but a programme has still been produced by the Creventic organisation, who are the Dutch outfit that look after the 24H series, and the programme therefore is available, I believe, as a PDF online, and you can go to 24hseries.com and navigate to find that. I would give you the exact address, but in truth, I'm not entirely sure what it is, but it's pretty easy to find once you get to that website. You can also find the live timing page as well, or actually better to do it via timing.radioshow.limited, and that'll take you to the homepage for our timing here at the Radio Show Limited network, and I believe it's the top choice. Yes, it is. It's the only session that's live now, in fact, the 7th edition of the Hankook 12 Hours of Mugello, and that'll take you straight to timing and scoring. A moment or two ago, a white Ferrari having to take to the grass to avoid a slightly slower Porsche Cup car. That was a hairy old moment for the race leader, Matus Vibor. So despite this nearly 45-second lead that the white Ferrari enjoys, you cannot allow your concentration to fade one iota, Joe, because if you're just a little bit half-hearted about an overtake, then you're off on the grass and very quickly into the scenery. Thankfully, that was avoided.
I think what exacerbated that problem for Matus Vibor was the fact that you're coming out of a right-hander, and then you need to get the car across to the right-hand side of the track. So you're coming out of the right-hander on the left, and you need to get across to the right. And the Porsche that he was overtaking was doing so. So as he was going for the gap was narrowing and narrowing and narrowing, and that's what made him have to go to the grass. It was the final sequence of corners, Johnny. It was out of that sequence of corners called Biondetti into Buccini, and that's where that happened. So again, you have to be so alert when you're lapping the slower traffic, and that's what people love about endurance racing, and especially multi-class endurance racing, because it always gives you that something to focus on.
Interesting message on the top of my timing screen now, aimed at team for car 13, and that's probably not the first time that message has appeared actually. Please remind your crew about the COVID-19 protocol. So that is either wearing the mask related, or keeping 2 metre distance related, or something along those lines. And car 13 is the Team Zakspeed Mercedes, which is being worked on in the garage, remember. So I'm going to guess that it's that the team haven't got masks on, or the right masks on, whilst they work on the front of that car. Clearly the work is still going on though at Zakspeed. They haven't given up on getting that Mercedes back into the race. Oh, spin for a Lotus. That's probably been there for a little while. Apologies, my eyes were elsewhere. But the 726 Lotus Exige spins at Buccini, one car off in avoidance into the gravel. The Audi from Car Collection had to go the other side, and we're left with a 726 virtually broadside into the final, or on the exit of the final corner. Now the car that had to escape stage right was the sister machine, wasn't it, at Lotus PB Racing? Nearly the Exige, or rather the Elise, tripping over the Exige, and we could have had both out on the spot, Joe.
That would have been beyond unfortunate. That would have been just, you know, the grace of God not shining upon us at all, wouldn't it? And I'm so happy that that actually didn't occur. That 726 Lotus has resumed, I believe, Johnny. I don't know if you know differently, but I think both of the Lotus are back in the race. And they were circulating together. The 726 spins, and the sister car just avoids it. The 726, of course, running in the GT part of the race, and the other Lotus running in the TCE part of this race. So sister cars, but running in the different parts to this 112 Hours of Mugello.
No, it's a very good point you make, and not one that I'd necessarily spotted before we got going. So it's a GTX spec Exige and a TCX Elise, automatically putting them into the two separate races that we have going on simultaneously on the same track. I know that's a difficult concept to get your mind around, but that was announced by the 24H series a couple of years ago now, saying that it was at Dubai actually, the start of the year, that there would be individual trophies for two completely separate podiums. TCE, there's the TCR cars that are all front-wheel drive and all 2-litre turbocharged machines, so Cupras and Audis and the Volkswagen Golf, two of them we've got. And then you've got the TCX, which is a kind of catch-all division for everything that's not a TCR. And that is where you find the Ginetta G55 that had led the class. It then had a spin which brought out a code 60, and Jean-Francois Bruneau, who pilots the CWS Engineering G55, now running in 4th position and trying to catch 3 TCRs quite a bit further up the road. 6.5 minutes to go, Joe, and then we will have just 60 minutes left of this first part of the race.
Starts getting very tense, doesn't it, Johnny? The tactics that you've employed throughout this first segment of the race, this is where you start back timing to that 4 hours and start thinking about how you want to restart in the morning. Do you want to try and eke out the fuel to give yourself a full tank to start in the morning, or do you want to come in and take that fuel stop towards the end of this stint so that you start with a full tank of fuel? That's what you're going to be thinking about now. Add in the fact that you don't want to fall off the lap of your class leader. You want to stay on that same lap as your class leader and put yourself into contention at the start. This is when it starts to get important, and this is where we'll get the slide rules and the other stuff that we use to calculate where people are with regards to their stops and their strategies.
So just moments away from final pit stops. You have to think for some cars you can go quite a bit further though in the TCR division, and a nice little fight on now which involves the 720 Lamborghini Huracan Super Trofeo for Adrius Butkevicius, and he drives for the RD Sainz Racing team, second in GTX, and that car actually labelled as 22nd, so have I misidentified that machine? No, I think the positional lights are slightly awry as well. The difficulty is, of course, that it's two races in one, and therefore the way it's timed can change depending on which format we're running to. The timing screen that you can find at timing.radioshow.limited actually combines both races and gives us a 41 car field, I'm not sure whether we've actually had all 41 cars on the track at the same time just yet because of the difficulties for those tail enders. But there's definitely a fight on track currently, and that is heading now through the rapid approach, which is into Casanova corner at turn 6, through the natural compression left-hander at Savelli, the lowest point on the circuit in fact, Savelli, and then you begin the climb up through the 2 Arrabbiatas, and the Audi just looking for an inside line there. Audi that started the race at the front and has always sort of threatened to get back into the top 5. Sven Herbergen is driving that number 18 car and has in front then the Hagili by T2 Racing Porsche in that Dayglow yellow colours, and that's being driven by Peter de Curtens, car number 66. So the Audi did muscle its way alongside, heading through the Corin Chow corner, the sharp right-hander that goes around the back of the grandstand, then through Biandetti a few moments ago, but wasn't able to wriggle through. And we'll get another opportunity on this next lap, maybe to get alongside. And this is the prime opportunity. And gets it done. And that was through the right-hander at Poggio Secco, I think, immediately after Luco. Down the gears into Materazzi now, which is turn 4. Borgo San Lorenzo, named because of the nearby village, that is turn 5. And then this descent into Casanova, which is turn 6, the right-hander. The left-hander at Savelli. And the track gets to its lowest point here between Savelli and the first of the Arrabbiatas, and then you can really start to lean on those outside tyres as you motor your way up through Arrabbiata 2 and crest the rise just before the corner known as Scarperia, again named after the very nearby town where a lot of these teams are probably staying for the weekend. So neat little overtake that. Used to seeing this Audi much closer to the sharp end earlier on in the race. Sven Herbergen has lost ground, but at least he's back up to 7th position after that overtake on the Hagili by T2 Racing Porsche. Here's Ben once again from the pits.
Yeah, we just had the Equipe Vechor Renault in pit lane, full service for them, which is just, for me, perhaps the wrong side of the hour. I'm not entirely sure we know how long these cars can do without code 60s, because we've basically had a code 60 within each of the stints to kind of not give us a really clear picture of exactly stint lengths in normal conditions. But I think Renault and Equipe Vechor do need something to help them at the moment, having just pitted 2 minutes ago. We now, any pit stop kind of after this point would be the last pit stop before we go into the enforced break across the night. But yeah, strategy-wise, I'm not sure that's playing out particularly well for them.
Well, it's a question of whether you time your pit stops from the start of the race, and therefore roughly an hour, into another roughly 60 minutes stint, into and sort of slice it into 4 individual parts. The complication obviously crept in, though, when we had the first code 60, which was before we'd reached the end of the first hour, and then all of a sudden cars start to refuel with their half allocation of fuel, which is the only thing permitted under a code 60, and then you think you're starting to weave half an hour's into it, and it's not quite as neat as it might have been on paper at the start of the race.
You can't do that, Johnny. You can't plan too far ahead, because like you've just described, you know, plan A is ripped up very quickly. Plan B, that's going to be ripped up in another 45 minutes or so. And that's the thing. Pit walls have to be flexible and agile and be able to change their strategy on the hoof.
Thank you for those thoughts, Joe. Back to you in a second. But with another hour gone, an opportunity for a rundown of the current order, and we'll do TCE first. Remember, 2 races in 1, so GT Series we'll get to in just a second. But leading the TCEs is the Red Camel, Jordans.NL, Rick Breukers driven Cupra TCR DSG, car number 101. Second is the NKPP Racing by Bas Kutzen Cupra for Gijs Bessem. And third in TCE is another TCR car. That's the machine for AC Motorsport, the Belgian outfit for Stéphane Perrin in their Audi RS3. Then it's the first of the TCX cars, and that is the CWS Engineering former race leader Ginetta G55 for Jean-Francois Bruno. Second in TCX, and therefore fifth is in the TCE race, is the speed lover Porsche 718 Cayman for Philippe Vils. Then it's Felipe Fernandez in the Cupra Leon, a brand new car for 2021, car number 108. Walter Rejo for Volkswagen Golf and the Autorama Motorsport by Wolf Power outfit, car number 1, is fifth in the TCR division. Sixth place in that division is the Jutta Racing Junior Cupra, car number 121. Back to TCX, and the Lotus PB Racing machine is third in that class for Dennis Bonvini. So that's the Lotus Elise, because the Exige is in the GT race, remember. Another TCR car is the Elite Motorsport Simone Patrinicola driven Volkswagen Golf for car 147. And then the two JR Motorsport cars that have brilliant speed, they just don't necessarily have the reliability to back that up. So the E46 is still running, car 202, that's fourth in TCX. And the car that is in the pit lane once again is the M3 from Dutch squad JR Motorsport. Sandra van der Sloot brought that car in, and it is currently in fifth place in TCX. In the GT series, it is Middle Cap Racing by Scuderia Praha that lead in the Ferrari 488, leading by 47 seconds now for Matus Vibor. Roberto Pampanini in the Porsche for Dynamic Motorsport is second, car number 7. Third is the Hella Padgett Racing 1 Ferrari. And fourth for Herbert Motorsport, Daniel Alleman in the 91 Porsche 911 GT3. The best of the Mercedes is the CP Racing example for the CP in CP Racing. That's Charlie Putman, car number 85. Equipe Vauchura number 9, the Renault RS01 for Eric Van Loon is 6th. 7th position for Hijili by TD Racing, T2 Racing I should say, for Peder de Curtins, and that's another Porsche, car 66, ahead of the Rutronic Racing Audi that was having a really good scrap with the Dayglow yellow Porsche not too long ago. They are back to being 7th and 8th, which makes me think that my timing screen isn't quite up to date, because I was sure that the 18 car had got ahead. Let's just confirm. The 18 car, in fact, is up to 5th place as we go code 60 again. More on that in just a second. So the 18 car 5th, the 85 car slipping to 6th, the 66 Peder de Curtins car is 7th, and in 8th place is the Bobby Gonzalez driven Porsche, now heading for fuel. 9th position is the Reiter Engineering Nikolai El Hanayan KTM Crossbow, at 9th position for 724 rather. Equipe Vauchura's Renault is in 10th. Leading the 991 class is the Willy Motorsport by Ebby Motors Nikolai driven Porsche. Next up, it's the MP Racing Mercedes, which is heading for fuel during this code 60 by Thomas Gosner at the wheel. And in 11th position in the GT3 AM category, Alessandro Cutrera in another Ferrari, car number 8. Second in the 991 class is the Jutta Racing Porsche for Jonas Gelzenis, a former runner in the Porsche GB Carrera Cup Championship. In fact, if you go back a few years, I believe he was a class winner in that as well, Gelzenis, a name to be reckoned with. In third position in the 991 class is the GDL Racing Andris Michel Josefsson driven Porsche. GTX second place for Andreas Butkevicius in the Lamborghini Huracan Super Trofeo, 2 of which are in this race, the 720 second in GTX. Fourth place in the 991 class, and next up in GT series is the Duvo Racing Porsche for Stanislav Sidoruk. And those places change as I speak, because Stadler Motorsport have jumped ahead of the 909 from 5th position. So 4th now is Stadler Motorsport, and 5th place is Duvo Racing. The Profile Doors by Uber Racing Porsche is in 6th place in the 991 class. Ebby Motors 7th, and in 8th place in that division is the GDL Racing car of Roberto Ranieri. And one car I've missed out, 2 in fact, in the GT4 division. The Centri Porsche Ticino Porsche 718 Cayman for Alessandro Fogliani. And Samantha Tan in the BMW M4, that one that was a little bit in the wars not too long ago for ST Racing, with possible front suspension failure. It looks like they've straightened all of that out in car 438, and it now runs second in GT4. I've said all those names, not necessarily in the right order, but hopefully you get the gist. Again, a tricky time to give you the standings because we're under another Code 60. Some cars have decided to pit and others have not. But Middle Cat Racing with Scuderia Praha continue to lead the GT Series race, and in the TCEs it is Red Camel Jordans.nl as we head for the pit lane and to Ben Constanduras for this update.
Incredibly busy, as you would expect, considering we're on the hour. This is kind of the last pit stop that they would be planning to do anyway before we go to our compulsory 4-hour stop. Herbert timed it perfectly. They were one of the first cars into the fueling. They got themselves fueled up. They got their first car out just as their second car arrived. But as I say, very, very busy pit stop. The one car I think is going to suffer was the Red Camels Jordan Seat. I saw that car going in to pit lane quite late and having to really queue. In fact, the tail of the car was sticking out into pit lane. Such was the queue of cars getting into refueling. It's definitely abated now, but I think they would have spent a lot of time waiting to get fuel, and of course everyone else circulating at that time. It was only a short Code 60 because we're back to racing once again. The Kessel Racing 8 was out on track, didn't come in. Akiva Fischer also didn't come into the pits.
And there are still plenty of cars being fueled, including the TCE race leader. Is there a drama, Ben Constanduras, for the number 11 car as well?
Not much a drama, it's more the fact that they were one car ahead of Red Camels Jordan. Unfortunately, they would have been really held up in pit lane, and now, only now, are in their pit stall to do the rest of this stop.
I also noticed a Porsche being snatched away from its resting position, which is the Duvo Racing Porsche, by the way, of Luxembourg. That's the second problem that car has had in this race. It had an early puncture, and now with Stanislav Sidoruk at the wheel, it was running 6th in its class, the 991 division, exclusively for 991 Cup cars, so the kind you find in the various Porsche Carrera Cup championships around Europe and indeed around the world. You can run as a Gen 1 or a Gen 2 car depending on what model you have, but everyone's elected to go with a Gen 2 car and therefore the slightly larger engine. But quite a number of them have had problems, either falling off into gravel traps or in this case needing to be stretchered away after some sort of drive problem, it would seem. Some again late issues here, Joe, for a couple of our leading cars. 101 left in the fueling area as we returned to green. They'd taken the chance to fuel maybe under a full caution, came in during the Code 60, but it was withdrawn when they were still waiting for a parking bay in the fueling area.
Yeah, you know what they need to do, especially the number 11 team, the Middle Cat Racing, the Scuderia Praha, calm down. Nothing, it's not lost. It's not like they've lost a lap. And as long as they go in tomorrow, starting on those, first 3 rows of the grid, then they're still very much in contention. They've showed their hand a little bit today. Very, very fast pace from, obviously, we're very familiar with Joseph Kral and we know what he's capable of. But I'm very impressed with Miroslav Vibo, who has kept that pace up, and his lap times have been virtually on a par with Kral's, and he's managed to keep that car at the head of the field until that pit stop phase within that Code 60. So we'll see how that pans out. They've got delayed. It's cost them more time in the pits. It's cost them an extra 2 minutes in comparison to the other cars around them. So that would have potentially put them off the lead lap with the car currently in the lead. That's the Hella Paget car, number 30 with Daniel Schwerfeld at the wheel, and the Dynamic Motorsport Porsche of Roberto Pampanini, car 7, in second. Now, if those 2 cars stay out until the end of this race, which I very much doubt they can, then that number 11's in trouble. However, let's not panic, because the 2 cars ahead of it will have to come into the pits before the end of this 4 hours.
Yes, and we need to remember that because of the various the stories of the various cars within this race, and something that looks quite alarming in the context of one may not be so in another. This is all, remember, trying to set things up ideally for tomorrow's part and far greater part of the race. 8 hours to come tomorrow, and the regulations are written very strictly indeed about what you are permitted to do overnight and then on tomorrow's grid, preparing the car for the start of the race. And there are minor changes that you're allowed to do. You can change your driver, and therefore you can change things like the angle of mirrors. You can also clean windscreens as well, and you are permitted to warm the engine up to ensure that the oil is in the right consistency to then push really hard for 8 hours. But one thing you cannot do, absolutely cannot do under parc fermé conditions, is put a drop more fuel in the tank. So what position do you want to be left in overnight when you're not permitted to touch the cars? They, I think historically, are parked up on the main straight here, aren't they, at Mugello? And they try and do that at most venues we visit when it's a split race. And yes, officials then will will make sure that those cars are team members do not contravene those strict parc fermé restrictions. So security order of the day overnight.
It's just like, Johnny, it's just, I suppose, when we throw a red flag during a race and the cars will come into pit lane or they'll stay out on the track, and parc fermé conditions then apply. And the only difference between the red flag stoppage and the kind of stoppage is it's a huge length, it's overnight, there's a few hours, it's a very secure area, the officials secure it, with personnel, and then in the morning you're allowed, in the same way as you would be allowed to restart the car to resume the race, that's what will happen in the morning. So it's kind of become familiar to ourselves, hasn't it? Because we've been around this series for so long. If you're new to the series, it's quite odd to be, racing for 4 hours now and then stopping and then restarting in the morning. Well, for me, I call it a very civilized way of going endurance racing.
It takes our needs as commentators very much into account, doesn't it? Because, we get 4 hours into the race, and frankly, I just want to chill out and have a beer and have some pizza or pasta and a good night's sleep. And then I'm raring to go for another 8 hours. So, it's not just us that have pitched this idea forward. The teams went for it as well, which was great news. And I have to admit, we're all aware of the main reason that they do this. That's because there are people living very, very close to this racetrack, and as much as I'm sure most of them are racing fans, they tend to only like race cars between the hours of 9 a.m. and 6 p.m. So that's the reason why we can't race for a solid 12 hours all the way through, and we take this natural pause before tomorrow. Now then, a magic moment that we've been waiting for a few hours now was the incident between the Zach Speed Mercedes and the Car Collection Audi, and it looked like the Car Collection Audi had absolutely no pace whatsoever. The Mercedes caught it and tried to go around the outside, but whether that was some erratic steering from the Car Collection machine, I have to say from the gesticulations for the Zach Speed driver, that suggestion seems to be bang on. But was that Car Collection Audi struggling for speed, and then the Mercedes tried to go around the outside but wasn't given the room? Tricky to tell. That was on the downhill run, wasn't it? Just before Savelli corner. Got to remind myself what corner that is called. Casanova. So at Casanova corner, the Audi not quite at full tilt, and yes, just drifts across to find the natural racing line. Doesn't realise that the Zach Speed Mercedes is coming past at a much higher rate of knots, Joe. And the trajectories of the two cars meet in the middle, resulting in big damage for both.
It kind of, you know what, if the Audi was a TCR car, then you could appreciate the difference in speeds. But I have no clue why the 34 was going so slowly. It may be that Elmer Grimm had a spin, he was rejoining, and he was just getting up to speed. But those two cars are GT3 cars, so the speed through there should be pretty much the same, and certainly not have a closing speed what we've just witnessed there. The number, the Zach Speed car, the number 13. It's kind of a glancing blow, isn't it? The right-hand side of the Zach Speed Mercedes comes together with the left-hand side of the number 34 Audi, and it's not like a side-on impact. It's more of the Mercedes running down the side, or running down the left-hand side of the 34, and it's a glancing blow between the right-hand wheels of the Zach Speed Mercedes and the left-hand wheels of the Audi. And it's incredible to think that caused so much damage on both of those cars purely in the area of the suspension areas of the front and rear of those sides of those cars. No bodywork was damaged in the process. Incredible. As to what the reasons were and why the 34 was travelling slowly, I'm not sure we got a chance to speak to. It was Elmer Grimm at the wheel of that car at that time, wasn't it?
Well, I nearly launched into his name and then suddenly thought, actually, am I 100% sure of that? But, thinking back now, subsequently, Dr. Johannes Kirchhoff has got behind the wheel. I don't think we've seen any of Gustav Edelhoff yet, but yes, it was definitely Elmar Grimm who'd started the car and therefore was still at the wheel at that point.
He's always been quite talkative, hasn't he? He's always been quite talkative, yeah.
Yes.
So he maybe puts Ben a mission for Ben to get a chat to Elmer. He'll need a box. You will need a box though, Ben, because Elmer's about 9 foot tall and you're not. You're about 4'5"
in comparison.
I remember. Yeah. So you will need a box to chat to him. But he will. He's quite open and honest, and always has been with us. So I'm just intrigued more than anything as to what the problem was there. And a bit unfortunate, wasn't it, the way they came together?
Oh, it was a bizarre moment, and I'm not sure Victor Scheitar could have done an awful lot about that. When you've got a car going so slowly into Casanova, then you think, right, well, he's made space for me, and then all of a sudden that space was severely compromised on the exit of the right-hander, and all Victor Scheitar could do was just throw the hands up in the air and say, what on earth did you expect me to do in that situation? We don't know what difficulties Elmar Grimm was having to deal with, of course, at the time. Yeah. So best to get both sides of the story. Anyway, the Zach Speed Mercedes is now back on pit road, by the way, and having a new driver installed. Also noticing there was a Porsche on the back of a flatbed being retrieved. Was that just the remnants of the 909? No, because the Duvo racing car is back in the race. So again, we're hunting around for a Porsche Cup car, I think, Joe, that is no longer running. Oh, unless, of course, the Duvo racing car hasn't yet made it back to the pit, so the timing thinks it's still out there and still running round. So it could well be the 909.
Well, the 909, is that the car we've just seen on the flatbed?
I think
there is a...
Well, that's what I was wondering, yeah.
Yeah, I think it is the 909, Johnny. That's still showing as kind of missing in action, the Duo Racing car, what you mentioned.
That's right. I've got a question mark on my second timing screen, so yes, that fits 100%.
It's continuing to slip down the order. Last time I looked, it was in 6th. It's now 8th in the 991 class. So, yes, that car is slipping down. So I think that's the car.
Stanislav Sidoruk, the Russian who drives for Luxembourgish squad Duvo Racing, as the number 7 Dynamic Motorsport Porsche again jostling for position with the 720 Lamborghini Huracan of Andreas Butkevicius. I say for position, that's not strictly the case because there are laps between those cars. 91 Herbert Motorsport Porsche. Having said they'd had a quiet race to this point, Joe, I also all of a sudden look at the sharp end of the timing screen and they are in front. So is it the case that they've just been going about their business nice and quietly and under the radar, and all of a sudden a Herbert Porsche pops up with less than an hour to the finish of this bit of the race?
Since we began to cover the whole series of the 24H series, when it became a full series, we've been to, how many times have we said that? How many times have we said, how was that Herbert car in the lead? But Mike Nash spotted this. All right, it's only 6 minutes ago, but he spotted it. And I didn't reply to Mike because it's something I agree with. And Mike says, Herbert's again showing how to deal with code 60s. short-term loss, long-term gain. And they are masters at it. And it's kind of like they put the car into stealth mode and just eke their way up the order through. And they're very experienced with this series. And I think it was Mark Lemmer from Barwell who, when he used to do sporadic visits to this series in preparation for the various series he did, like Long Pan and British GTs and stuff. And Mark said to me, I'm just beginning to get my head around the tactics that you need in this series. And he wasn't able to kind of put his finger on it, but we kind of knew what we were saying and we knew what we meant. And Herbert are masters at it. And there we have it. You know, the car is at the front, not just at the front, but at the front and has a 14-second gap to the car in second.
Yeah.
How did that happen?
Which is substantial, isn't it? Well, I think you're right in that every opportunity they may have had to come in for a restrictive pit stop, i.e. you can only take half of the fuel tank on board, they've taken that opportunity. Now another Porsche is off the road though, and this is a Porsche Cup car which has come to grief on the inside of the left-hander close to the end of the lap. So I'm pretty sure that is Pelagio corner, and it does rejoin pretty quickly, so not too much time lost there, and back into the race for the 965 Porsche with the radical paint scheme and a class leader at that as well. So Dayglow yellow front wheels with the purple rears, and the Willy Motorsport by Evi Motors car, which has been the class leader for some time now, Fabrizio Groggi, having to locate first gear, not panic, and get the car turned around on the grass and back into the race. But I wouldn't be surprised to see the class lead rather compromised because of that. And Julius Adomavicius had been doing the chasing, looking to try and find best part of a minute. Let's have a look. A minute back to Cotrera, and sorry, half a minute back to Cotrera, and another half minute back to Adomavicius. Yeah, so there was only about a 60-second advantage there for Willy Motorsports. I think that will mean that the lead has gone. And also, the Vortex has been off the road, hasn't it, since then? And this is not the Vortex that had the problem initially. It's the 701 now. So we had dramas for 726 earlier on in the race, and now the sister car has had difficulties.
He's just gone wide, hasn't he, Johnny? He's just gone wide at the final turn and ended up in the gravel. And of course, you can't hurry the job getting out of the gravel, which he finally just drove the car through that massive expanse of gravel at the final turn. Turn 14 is Bacchini, and that's all that happened. He's driven the car back onto the track, and he's continued.
Yeah,
no problems. He's just gone wide into the gravel.
Yes, but I would imagine the way these cars are built, the Vortexes, there's going to be quite a bit of gravel rattling around underneath that body shell now, because there are a number of holes and crevices for all the gravel to creep into, and it may not be till the end of the race tomorrow when all of that can be vacuumed out again. But the Vortex is, well, it's very much out of the frying pan and into the fire, because welcome to a Porsche Cup race here, Mr. Vortex. Because right behind him, he's got a whole gang of 911s, some of them from GT3, some of them from the Cup class, ready to swallow up this little Vortex 1.0.
He's doing well to keep out of their way, isn't he? He's just got a swarm of very exotic GT cars behind him. He's going to get a great view. It's going to be his own personal car show as they all come by him. He's going to get a great view of a Porsche Cup car. He's going to get a great view of a Porsche GT3, a Mercedes AMG GT, and a Ferrari 488 as they make the move on him out of the final turn and finally pass him. They're getting in amongst it. I think that was the 85 CP racing car, Shane Lewis at the wheel of that car. And if I'm not mistaken, Johnny, he's just gotten past the Ferrari ahead of him, Axel. I'm not sure if that's the case. Whether or not he has passed that number 30 Ferrari ahead of him.
Axel Sartingen.
That's just happened.
In the Ferrari, yeah, quite possibly. Get you an order in just a second. But involved in that gaggle, all overtaking the Vortex, the Dynamic Motorsport Porsche in the gold and the black. There was the recovering former 991, actually still current 991 class leader, the Willy Motorsports by Ebby Motors' car. So despite its time on the grass, it does look like 955 has retained the lead, which means it was going some. But I would imagine that gap's down to not much at all now between Fabrizio Broggi and Alessandro Cutrera. More concern, though, for Broggi will be the whereabouts of Julius Adomavicius, and it might be as much as 3 minutes actually back to Jutta Racing, so I'm probably misreading that. How has the Porsche race leader managed to build up a 3 minute and 3 second advantage over Adomavicius? We might give that a couple of laps just to settle down to give us a true picture. ST Racing BMW's off the track for the Canadian squad. This is the second problem for ST Racing. Samantha Tan is going to cause another, at the very least, yellow flag, which is out now, and quite possibly followed by a code 60 as well. So Samantha Tan, a regular runner, unsurprisingly for ST Racing, because that's what the ST stands for, off the road, and she's frantically trying to get the BMW M4 restarted. Whilst I keep my eyes on that, let's hear this from Ben Constanduros.
We're trying to keep an eye on the strategy that is happening throughout this race, because at this point it's kind of crucial to know who's going to have a fuel tank that's got fuel in it tomorrow, and those that don't. We've just seen the number 8 machine come into the pits. Now, number 8 had a penalty attached to it, so once it had done its fuel stop and then tyres, it had to stop for a third time, I think, in the penalty box. It's now headed out to circuit and lost more time to the 18 Audi GT3, which was also in at exactly the same time. Now, I would be expecting to see those Herbert Motorsport Porsches that at the moment seem very comfortable at the head of the field to be coming into the pit lane at some point before the end of this part of the race. And indeed, I think I see one right now, but in fact, both of them in a massive queue of cars, all coming in at the same time, because we've gone code 60 again. That's why. Now, they'll be able to put half a tank of fuel in. Presumably, that will be enough to get them to the end of today, but they won't have as much fuel as the two that have just left the pits, the 18 and the 8.
Yeah, and the reason for the code 60 is the Samantha Tan stranded BMW, which has happened at turn 2. She hasn't quite made the left-hander at turn 2, which is known as Luco. So San Donato, no problem. Well, I say no problem. I think the car was probably losing pace even through the first right-hander here at Mugello. And sensibly, she got the car off the track and parked up on the grass very quickly indeed. But it's uphill. There's no fire in that straight 6 by the look of things. And the marshal quickly on the scene, having a word with Samantha through the window, seeing if he can assist at all. But it's going to have to be either a flatbed or at the very least a snatch vehicle to get that car off the grass and away from danger. The code 60 helps marshals to be down on the ground. There will be fewer marshals working this weekend purely because of the need to distance and to restrict the teams on each of the posts. It might be that each individual post, though, has decided to bubble for the weekend. I think it's the correct terminology. And therefore spend the whole of the weekend together in hotel restaurants and likewise, and during breakfast as well, and then spend the whole day on post 2. But it's been a busy race from a marshalling perspective, from a track maintenance point of view, with a number of code 60s. I can tell you how many, actually, if I look at this screen. The first of which happened just shy of the first hour. 1:56, which was actually 2:56 local time, was the first code 60. That only lasted 4 minutes and 45 seconds. But since then, there have been a further 5 caution periods, often preceded by yellow flags, just to give whoever was involved the chance to get cars restarted. And as soon as it was obvious that wasn't going to happen, then a full code 60 ensued. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And we've had something like 20 minutes since the last one. And the current one is nearly 3 minutes old. Not taken too long for a tractor to arrive on the scene. And again, the BMW should be picked up pretty neatly. Again, Joe, the opportunity maybe to weave a bit more strategy into this. Teams will be looking at the amount of time left on the clock, which is just under 29 minutes to go now. It's buying back one or two teams a bit of fuel.
Yeah, just look at what the 91 car did and do the same. That's what I'd be doing. And that car came in, it's topped off the fuel, it's took on, if it had room in the tank, it's taken 50% of its allocation and just topping it off. And that, I think what we're going to see tomorrow, Johnny, is probably none of our cars in the whole field starting the race with an empty tank. I think this very late, with only less than 30 minutes to go now, 28 minutes, it's given everyone an opportunity to top off their fuel tank and go to the very end, and with more than enough fuel to go well into the first hour of tomorrow's 8-hour race. I think it's worked out well for everyone with this late Code 60, and it's been. This is no criticism to the recovery teams, because I think they've worked massively efficiently this weekend today. We've had we haven't had an extensive Code 60, have we? It's been, recovering vehicles and getting on with it. And this one now, I don't know how long this one's been going on for, Johnny, but it seems to have been going on longer than I expected when we saw that BMW stranded. But it's going to be over very quickly, because that car was already on the end of a tow rope and making its way back to the pits. So yes, I think it's played into the hands nicely for pretty much everyone.
I think the tricky thing from the respect of the BMW, the ST Racing Beamer, was its location, and quite possibly the snatch vehicle was on the wrong side of the track, so it took a little bit of time to locate that. We're almost up to 5 minutes under this Code 60. The longest we had was 13 minutes and 39 seconds, and somebody will be able to tell me what exactly that was for, but it was the second Code 60 of the race. Now, Herbert Motorsport looked to be in a strong position. Ben's trying to unpick what's going on as the plates move beneath our feet, and obviously strategy having to be fine-tuned with every second. But Herbert looked to be onto something pretty decent here, Ben.
Well, yeah, we go back to green flag racing. Code 60 is in. Both Herbert cars came in nose to tail under that last Code 60. Both received fuel, both left the fuel station nose to tail. The 92 was ahead of the 91, and as they got to the pit stall, which is actually pit 14 of 20, so only 6 stalls down from where they enter pit lane, the 92 car was waved through to allow the 91 car, because they only have one pit stall between the two cars, to take tyres. So the 92 has older tyres than the 91 that has brand new tyres. Obviously, the 91 is a bit further back from the 92 now that they go back racing, because they were stationary for the tyre change, whereas the 92 went straight through pit lane and headed back under track. But there was only a couple of cars that we didn't see in pit lane from that leading group, and they were the ones that had pitted just before the Code 60. So I'm pretty sure we've got a very mixed up order once again.
And preferential treatment, by the sounds of things, for the 91, but you can understand why. That is in the better position, particularly at this phase of the race, and they're wanting to lose as little time as possible. They don't even want to contemplate falling off at the lead lap, and they may have been forced into that decision as well as soon as the green flag came out, but actually that was just before that happened. But you've got to have eyes everywhere, namely down at turn 2, where the recovery of said BMW was happening. And Herbert Motorsport, a fine-tuned machine, well-oiled as well, and vastly experienced. And they're now only 3.3 seconds away from Miroslav Vibor, who drives the Middle Cap Racing with Scuderia Praha Ferrari. I think this is Miroslav's first action of the day, in fact. We had... now, which way round are they? We'd worked out they were father and son, Joe. Is it Miroslav who's the dad?
Yes, it is... is it Matus?
Matus, yeah.
Matus. Matus is the son.
Okay, so Matus gives way to Miroslav for the final 24 and change minutes to go. And Miroslav then with a bit of responsibility on his shoulders, because he's got Robert Renauer. You have to think bearing down on him, because Renauer is one of the quickest GT drivers in this race. Another Code 60 though, I'm just reading. Is that seconds ago? Yes. So a Code 60 comes out again.
Wow.
And the BMW had been recovered. Let's just have a look. There was a penalty for the 712. That's unrelated. It's the 58 Mercedes that is in the gravel trap. That car off the road with Thomas Gosner at the wheel of the Mercedes was running in 10th, but has left the road at Arrabbiata again. It's always seemingly this part of the track on the approach to Arrabbiata 2. And
it's where the car is on the giddy edge, Johnny. It's where the on the edge of its adhesion, on the limit of its grip, and the car gets out of balance. Now I've just been watching that car on the tail of the 85, and I've just been looking at its progress, and it was on terms with the 85 with regards to performance. I think it was on the same lap, if my calculations are right, and it was challenging for position. So I'm not sure whether that car has done that by itself or whether he's maybe had a bit of a challenge on the 85. I'm pretty sure that can't be the case, because the Arrabbiata corners, that sequence of fast right corners, is not a passing area. It's pretty much close to maximum speed for both of those cars. But that car has been circulating the last 2 or 3 laps. I've been keeping an eye on that, and that has been right with the 85 Mercedes of the CP Racing team, and they've been absolutely going at it, a cracking race that I was monitoring. So I don't know whether that's cause or effect. I may be out of turn there with implicating Shane Lewis, and if I am, Shane, I apologise, but it might have had nothing whatsoever to do with you. Hopefully we might be able to see just what happened to that Mercedes that's in the gravel now. The 58 dropping down the order.
So Thomas Gosner, who is the father of David, who's also driving that car, Corina and Manuela Gosner. Manuela, I would say, by far the more well-known of the Gosner family after her exploits in the European Le Mans Series quite recently. She's been a champion in Ferrari Europe before, and 2 seasons under her belt now in the European Le Mans Series with the other 2 Iron Dames. Raced at Le Mans in 2022, moving from the Swiss outfit Kessel Racing to Iron Lynx in the winter of 2019. But Manuela Gosner with 3 family members and Thomas at the wheel when that incident happened. So whilst this yet another Code 60 continues on, with 21.5 minutes of the race to go, and Ben is finding more cars taking this opportunity to some late refuelling.
I'm slightly surprised. I would have thought they would have not assumed to have another Code 60, and therefore would have all kind of sorted their strategy out 10 minutes ago. But with this opportunity, we've got the number 11 Middle Cap Racing at the moment in the fuel station, not yet appeared down pit lane. Also the Renault RS01 of Mike Verschoor, he's in the fuel station as well. And then the leading 2 TCR cars, the NKPP Cupra and the Audi RS3 from 188. Middle Cap now coming down pit lane, so let's see what they do in terms of servicing at the end of pit lane. I don't think they're going to have anything other than fuel. They're going to go straight back into the track, whereas the Lotus behind does get pulled in to have tyres sorted. They've got a bit of time though, as with the Mercedes is getting recovered back onto the track. Not too much to worry about there. We are waiting for the Renault still though, and that could be caught out by us going back to green flag racing if it doesn't appear in a few moments' time. It does look as though the team are going to put some brand new tyres on for the last 19 minutes of this stint at least.
Now let's not forget, Ben, just going off one of your comments there about cars coming in and taking on fuel. Remember that under Code 60 we're only allowed 50%, so if you can squeeze, because if you haven't been able to fill your tank, now's the opportunity to top it off. The 91 has stayed out. Now my speculation is that the reason it's stayed out is because it's got a full tank and it can't get any more fuel in there. The number 11 Ferrari, Miroslav Vibo at the wheel of that, which was in the lead, did come in, did take on fuel, has topped off its tank, or to some extent. And now that resumes, now on its out lap, and that's come back into the race in second place behind the 91. Remember the gaps that we see, and at the moment it's under code 60, it's 1 minute 58. So that gap will come down to nothing, a matter of meters, when we get to the end of this 4-hour segment, which has only got 18.5 minutes left.
I'm keeping my eyes trained on Robert Renau's Herbert Motorsport Porsche just to see what that car is up to. Now, it is somewhere in the final sector, so we're not very far away from finding out whether they think it's worth going for another pit stop. The number 724 Nikolai Elganayan driven Reiter Engineering KTM Crossbow just working its way through Arrabbiata and therefore past the incident scene where the 58 Mercedes is being recovered. And it obviously has been recovered because I can hear race engines getting back up to speed again. And yes, indeed, green flag confirmed around the racetrack. And again, great work to get the MP Racing Mercedes out of the way swiftly. Let's hope that the final 15 and a bit minutes are not interrupted with another caution. 9:24 heading out of Conan Chow corner. And 9:24, one of many Cup cars entered into the GT Series part of the race, running in 5th for Nikolai Gadetsky for the Profile Doors by Uber Racing outfit. 991 is led by still Willy Motorsport by Ebby Motors, despite Fabrizio Broggi spending the best part of a minute, it must have been, on the grass at the left-hander at, where did we say it was? Pelagio. Yes, confirmed. Turn 11, the inside of Pelagio. But amazingly, they have clung on to the 991 class lead, have Willy Motorsport. And in second place, Jutta Racing must be wondering what on earth they have to do in order to catch the class-leading machine. So Jutta Racing with Julius Adomavicius running in second, ahead of Andris Michel Josefsson for GDL Racing. That is currently the top 3 in 991. 712 Vortex heading down to the first corner and almost having a nibble at its rear quarter. There was Miroslav Vibor. I was about to say feeling the pressure from Robert Renau, but of course he a long time ago overtook and amazingly has stretched out this gap of nearly 50 seconds, Robert Renau versus Miroslav Vibor. So not really a comparable fight. Miroslav, one of the AM entered drivers in car number 11, and Robert Renau just about the fastest in the regular quartet we see for Herbert Motorsport. And the next job really for Miroslav Vibor is to make sure he stays within a minute and 45 seconds of that Herbert Motorsport Porsche. All about the lead lap, remember, and made easier now that we had a bit more code 60, and that was the chance, I think, for the chasing pack to just breathe a little bit of a sigh of relief that they won't have to be driving quite on the door handles to keep up with Robert Renau. Ivan Giacomo in the Dynamic Motorsport Porsche is third, ahead of the other Herbert Motorsport Porsche of Bobby Gonzalez, car number 92. Yes, Joe?
Johnny, I've got some insight. I just want to revisit the Zach Speed Mercedes car 13 and the coming together with the number 34 car collection Audi. Thanks to Alan Prosser, his Twitter handle is at Lanzarote Camel. It should be at Lanzarote Eagle because his eagle eyes have come up with this. He zoomed in and enhanced the video that was shown on the stream, and he's found that the left rear wheel of the Audi was already punctured, and the 34 was making its way back around to the pits with a punctured left rear. It was the clash with the Zach Speed Mercedes that then went on to puncture the left front. So good spot that. That explains why the 34 Audi was going so slowly.
It also explains why both tyres on the left side were down, which you and I could not work out for any amount of time we were given to try and detect that. I have to say, I hadn't thought that they'd happened independently. But rear left tyre going down, well, the 34 Audi was no not exactly in isolation in terms of rear left tyres, because we had a couple of gone on other cars before that happened. And then you have to think, well, the Audi's not going to be anywhere near as manoeuvrable had it had 4 inflated Hankook tyres. And presumably Elmar Grimm trying to lever the car through Casanova as best he could, but couldn't help but just lurch very slightly to the racing line. And I think that's probably what's caused the contact. Rear left already down. The front left then goes pop at the contact, and it messes with the suspension on both the Mercedes and the Audi as well. Well, it's taken us pretty much all race, the first segment of this 4-hour race, to work out exactly what had gone on. But with thanks to Team Zack Speed and their onboard footage, and also a bit of magical Lanzarote Camel screen pausery, we've got there. So thank you to all involved.
And a new word created by Johnny Palmer, pausery.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I've been thinking about that for the last 4 hours.
Be in the dictionary before you know it.
Up into Luco corner goes certainly one of the Herbert Motorsport Porsches, and the second of them in 4th position, not very far away either. But Robert Renauer now building his lead to 50, very nearly 55 seconds.
It's gone out to a minute, Johnny. It's a minute across the line there. Yeah, just
the
there.
Last split, yes. As Miroslav Vibor clips the timing beam. And I'm also interested in how many cars, therefore, are on the lead lap. Probably have to wait for a few more cars to whip across the line. Ivan Giacomo should be okay. He is 30 seconds adrift. But running it pretty close is the second of the Herbert Motorsport Porsches. Could there be a bit of team tactics here at Herbert to make sure that both cars are on the lead lap, Joe? Will they just tell Robert Renauer, tuck in behind 92, don't overtake, and we will buy an awful lot of real estate back here for the 92?
Interesting, Johnny, interesting tactic that. And they've got 1 minute, they've got 60 seconds on the car in second place. They can afford to do that because they know that 60 seconds is going to disappear in any case. So why not allow the 92 to stay on your lap? Is that then passing the 92? No, it's not. No. It's passing a 991 class car. I just saw the rear end of a Porsche there. Personally, I would certainly be giving that instruction, and I would be amazed if the Herbert team do that and put a lap on the 92 in 4th place, because ideally the 92 will start inches, meters, centimetres behind the 91 as it starts in 4th spot.
Yeah, and
makes sense.
They have given Jürgen Hering some seat time today. Stefan Aust has certainly been at the wheel of that 92, and now the driver known as Bobby Gonzalez. I say that because his name is in speech marks on the entry list, so obviously a pseudonym of some description. We haven't seen any of Marco Seefried yet in the 92, and he's the gun driver there. Now, Marco did say to Ben at the start of the race that he wasn't expected to be at the wheel of the car today, and you don't have to use any of your semi-pro time if you don't want to. So this could be a nice bit of team tactics from Herbert Motorsport, getting themselves into the lead in the GT series and now ensuring that their second car stays on the lead lap and just gets a whole chunk of time back again overnight. About a lap time it could be, potentially. And Robert Renauer just needs to judge his pace compared to Bobby Gonzalez's. Admittedly, Bobby's not going to be as quick as Robert, but that doesn't matter. You can run Bobby ahead of Bobby, effectively, till the end of the race. It's only 10 minutes to go. No problem.
Yeah, and as long as in that 10 minutes they don't drop 1 minute and 6 seconds, which was the last time by, that gap is actually going up. And in fairness to the number 11, they have got, and no disrespect to Miroslav, the two young guys who are also sharing that number 11 car. We wouldn't expect Miroslav to be on a par with them, so that Miroslav is their AM driver. They're not going to lose out by slowing down and staying behind their 92, their sister car. Good teamwork.
Yeah, and some of this might be by design, but a lot of it they wouldn't have been able to plan for before we got racing today. It's just kind of the way that the race has unfolded. An opportunity then to witness a lap of this fantastic circuit, courtesy of the number 8 Ferrari, driven by Alessandro Cutrera in his Kessel Racing Ferrari, heading through Luco and Poggio Secco, and then the left and the right, Materassi and Borga San Lorenzo. Now downhill through Casanova, which is where the car collection Audi and the Team Zack Speed Mercedes came to grief. Audi already with a puncture, as we subsequently found out, got clipped by the Team Zack Speed car that was doing nothing wrong in the hands of Victor Scheitar, and at the time Scheitar just could not believe why the car collection Audi had driven across its path, but we now know that it was suffering with a rear left puncture and contact was inevitable. The Arrabbiatas have just been successfully negotiated by Kessel Racing and the Ferrari. Now through the swoop at Palagio and into Corin Chao, this tricky downhill, at times off camber right-hander. Biondetti is the rather rapid chicane, the left and the right, and there's some awkward looking sausage curbs there that are best avoided. And then on the downhill approach to Buccini, which is the final arcing left-hander, you keep, I suppose, about a car width away from the apex there and let the car naturally run wide on the exit of that corner. Careful not to run too wide and drop all four wheels over the white line. If you do that too many times, you will be pinged by the race officials as breaching track limits and across the line. And that is 5 and a bit kilometres of this really historic Mugello circuit, and a bit of a hidden gem, although it was revealed to a few more fans within motorsport last year when the Tuscan Grand Prix came to town for perhaps the one and only time. It's not back on the calendar for 2021. James Kell serving a penalty in the 278, and we can get an update from Ben.
But, with 7 minutes to go of this portion of the race, pits are effectively shut. So we did have one pit visitor in the 34 Audi. They will be penalised for that pitting, but they're going into the garage anyway with another issue to the RS Audi R8, which is a bit of a shame. And obviously CWS are also in the pits. One thing to watch out for, I'm not sure they've got enough time now with 6 minutes remaining. Manuel Lauk in the Hergely by T2 Racing Porsche was pushing incredibly hard because he has the ability to catch Robert Renau in the 91 and get his lap back. So there is no cars between them right now. They're coming across the line right now. I'm not sure he's going to be really close enough. There is a bit of traffic, though, that may delay Renauer.
Joe, we probably should also talk about there's not necessarily the need to do penalties tonight, although CWS Engineering have decided to make sure their record is clear.
No, you can. Any penalties that you haven't served for this first part of the race can be served within the first 2 hours of the start of tomorrow's race. Okay. And I was just about to say what Ben said there. Mike Nash also spotted what Ben spotted with regards to the 91 not being able to slow down too much because they don't want the number 66 car of Manuel Loic to be able to unlap itself. So they will want to keep the 66 car behind the 92 as well. So a bit of a ball juggling exercise going on for the 91 and 92 cars.
Yes. So the gap between the race leader, Robert Renauer, and Miroslav Vajbor is 1 minute and 17. There's then an 11.5 second gap back to Ivan Jacoma, who drives the Dynamic Motorsport Porsche, the gold and black one. And then another, or best part of 19 seconds back to Bobby Gonzalez, who, as you say, in turn is under pressure from Manuel Lauk. 10 seconds the gap between the Higili by T2 Racing Porsche and Bobby Gonzalez. So, yes, it's a delicate situation, that. I still think Renauer's, well, haven't caught a glimpse of him in the last couple of moments, but I still think he's going to try his best to sit behind Bobby Gonzalez. Maybe act as a bit of a rear gunner to make sure that Manuel Lauk can't get close to Bobby Gonzalez. I think if Lauk starts to force the issue, then maybe Renauer will have to get past and therefore put Bobby Gonzalez a lap down. But they want to try and avoid that at Herbert Motorsport if at all possible. Got 4 minutes in order to do that, plus any extra time, because of course it depends where the race leader is in relation to the finish line. as to how much extra time there will be here. There's always a little bit of residual time that you've got to factor in. You show the checkered flag to the race leader, and often you've got to wait for that race leader to appear out of Puccini corner and across the line. The 18 machine down at Savelli corner, by the way, is the Rutronic Racing by TECE Audi of Elia Earhart. And that car looked like it was really up for a kind of strong race this weekend. I'm not necessarily saying it won't come to the fore tomorrow, because they haven't utilised much Pierre Caffer time at all. He did the opening stint, and that was probably about it. So plenty more time for the German to race tomorrow and get that car back into the reckoning. Ivan Giacomo heading through Biondetti now, with Puccini in his sights. 3 minutes to go on the clock, so we'll start this lap for the Dynamic Motorsport Porsche, and there'll be one more to go for Ivan. Got to work out where Robert Renauer is, though, in relation to this third-placed car. Somewhere in the third sector.
It's exciting, really, Johnny, because it is great tactics that they have come up with, and they'll be wanting to maintain that. There is the Herbert Porsche 91 out onto the start-finish straight.
2 laps, Ben reckons, from this point on. Yes, agree with that. Because there's over a lap time still left on the clock. 2 minutes and 20 seconds it was as the 91 car went through. I'm still trying to look out for where the 92 is. Do we think...
It's 23 seconds behind... Sorry, it's... Oh, God, I can't work that out because it's gone now.
I'll look at the splits. They're definitely in the same sector together. And... Renauer's ahead. Renauer is ahead on the road now, Bobby Gonzalez. So I think they've given up on that plan. It was great on paper, but Renauer reaches the end of the first split before Gonzalez did. So that gives you their position on the road.
The tracker is showing it behind the 92 at the moment, Johnny.
Is it?
I don't know how up to date the tracker is, but they've just come through the secondary Arrabbiata, heading down to turn 10 now.
Well, it's a 36-second middle sector, so... No, you're right, aren't you? No, you're right. Bobby Gonzalez is just a split second ahead of Robert Renauer. I'm not quite sure why I read it round the other way through the first sector.
And the 66 is virtually on the tail of the 91. So you've just said there that we've got one more lap of racing after this one. Is that correct?
Yes.
Right. Well, the 66... is, I think, on the tail of the 91 as they're heading towards the final turn now onto the Puccini corner. There they are, 2 Porsches, the 92, there's the 91 through Puccini now, and there is the 66 pretty much on the tail. So the 91 has got to hold back that 66 for one more lap of this racetrack. 33 seconds remain on the clock.
So the order across the line, Gonzalez not quite a lap down, Renauer, and then Manuel Lauk, who is a lap down, and looking to try and unthread himself to get back onto lap 109. And the first man that's going to try and stop that happening is going to be Robert Renauer, who will have the elbows out massively now. The problem for Manuel Lauk is he's driving a bright day-glow yellow Porsche, so you're not going to miss that. I think there's a reason why Herbert Motorsport opt for the livery they go for, stealth-like. Nobody can see him coming, and that's been the case for about 3 hours of the opening 4 of this year's 12 Hours of Mugello, because nobody saw Robert Renauer really creeping up the order. Possibly the odd person like Paul Truswell will have spotted it many, many hours back again on the lap chart, but if you were just observing this at the sharp end, you were thinking Herbert weren't necessarily in this race until we headed out of the final crucial pit stop, and because Herbert had been coming in at every opportunity for every Code 60, they have worked a little miracle once again to be in the optimum position in the overnight period. Flash of the lights for Ivan Giacomo, who is looking to get by the Ferrari of Miroslav Vibor. Yes, so this is the battle of the second place, Joe. out on track now, and they've still got one more lap to go.
Yeah, they have. That's the number 7 is chasing down now. I know Fabian, our producer, is kind of between a rock and a hard place as to which battle to follow here. We've got the number 7 chasing down the number 11, and across the line there's been a change for position there, Johnny. He's already made the move stick. So that was him ahead of the 11 Ferrari as they came across the line. That's what we were looking at.
Checkered flag is out, and the order for Herbert Motorsport does stay the same. So Robert Renau has done 2 jobs in 1 there. He made sure that he didn't lap his teammate Bobby Gonzalez, and equally he didn't allow Manuel Lauk past so that Lauk could then attack the sister Herbert Motorsport car. He was stuck between a rock and a hard place there, really, Robert Renau, having to have one eye through the windscreen looking ahead and one eye in the mirror, but he drove that brilliantly well. I'm not sure there's going to be many other formats of motorsport where you're needing to do that and sort of just make sure don't overtake that car, but got to keep this one behind. But did it superbly, and they're in a great position, Herbert Motorsport, now starting the 5th hour of the race tomorrow. NKPP Racing by Baz Kooten Racing will be the TCE overnight leaders, incidentally. So they have managed to outpace all of the TCX cars and be 24 seconds clear of Mathieu Detry in the AC Motorsport Audi, with the Red Camel Jordans.NL Cupra of Ivo Breukers that had led for a big portion of the race up until that point. Have they decided to withdraw from the race lead just to be in a better position tomorrow from the point of view of fuel? Wouldn't be beyond the realms of possibility when it comes to Red Camel Jordans.NL, because they are of equal experience, probably a bit more experience than Herbert Motorsport. So they know this race is not won on Friday night. It is all about being in a good position when we restart tomorrow. More changes confirmed, which is the fact that Ivo Jacoma beat to the line Miroslav Vibor, and did that at the start of the final lap in the braking area for turn number 1. And of course those change of positions are confirmed as the cars stream across the line. We're going to have to wait a long time to see Bobby Gonzalez over the line to confirm his 4th place, but much more importantly, Joe, staying on that crucial lead lap.
That was fantastic, Johnny. You consider we weren't even shouting a race result there. It was fantastic tactics, and that just came about, didn't it? The way that these races evolve. And again, I think I mentioned it earlier about how you have to be so flexible on the pit wall. You have to be thinking all the time. The thing is evolving around you all the time, and that certainly was a situation where it came to them. They read it perfectly. They had to protect the 92 by maintaining that 92 sister car, remaining in that 4th place on the lead lap, but also in doing that they had to protect themselves from allowing the 66 past the lead 91 onto the lead lap, where it would then be a threat to the 92. By playing it out the way they did, and the 91 playing a great defensive role, they've kept that number 66 a lap down when we restart tomorrow, and that will be crucial.
There's even more to this story, Joe, because Ben, you were keeping your eyes trained on the sector times, and actually it could have been a lot better for Manuel Lauk. Just explain to us briefly.
Yeah, I was actually watching that with Herbert in their pit box, and there was plenty of action going on the radios, explaining to the drivers exactly what they need to do. I think they realised what they need to do about the same time as we described it. But into the start of the 3rd sector, Lauk appeared on our tracking system as ahead. Effectively must have made the pass around turn 9, turn 10, something like that. But then, so it looked as though he'd done it, he'd got ahead. And then as they came across the line, the GPS turned them back around again. And we saw in the pictures the fact that the 91 had got back past the 66 and therefore kept him not just behind, but a whole lap down going into tomorrow's race. So it was crucial, as we've been explaining, and a great bit of racing going on for them, and then the racing, obviously, that we were following for the podium positions. An amazing end to not even really the end of the race.
I'd love to know to know how far ahead Manuel Lauk was. I think probably they were side by side, but Lauk just about clipped it heading into that final sector, as you said. But Renaud got the hammer down and made sure that Lauk would not finish the race on the lead lap. So, standings for TCE as we head for the overnight period where the grid is reset, remember, but only if there is less than a racing lap between you and the next car. Otherwise, the gaps will be retained. NKPP Racing by Baz Kooten and Harry Hilders completed the race in that Cupra TCR for the Dutch squad. So, car 175 finishing in inverted commas as the winner, but the overnight leader, I think, is the more appropriate way of putting it, by 24.5 seconds over Mathieu Detry for the AC Motorsport Audi RS3 car 188. Red Camel Jordans.nl, earlier race winter leaders that today have to make do with a third place overnight position with their Cupra and the 101. Third, or rather fourth position and fourth in TCR, the RC2 junior team by Cabra Racing, Cupra Leon, with Ruben Fernandez at the wheel at the close. Speed Lover and the TCX Porsche 718 Cayman will finish as that class's overnight leader, with Kurt Henson last to drive it, car 206. Then it was the Autorama Motorsport by Wolf Power Racing Volkswagen Golf for Marcus Menden, car number 1. Second in TCX, the CWS Engineering James Kell driven Ginetta G55. Now that car took quite a late penalty, which may well have taken it briefly out of the reckoning. I think that will come good tomorrow. The Cupra for Jutta Racing Junior finishing 6th in TCR. 7th position in the TCR division was Elite Motorsport, again with the Volkswagen Golf, car number 147. The Lotus PB Racing Elise for Franco Nespoli, finishing 3rd in TCX, car 205. Finishing in the pits, and therefore a big penalty for that car overnight, sadly, Koos Schouten for the BMW E46 from JR Motorsport, car number 202. And the other JR machine did get the checkered flag, car 203 for Sandra van der Sloot. We'll have a look at the GT standings in a second, but I know that Ben Constanduris is raring to go with Robert Renaud, so we may take that interview first before the GT Series standings. I'm open to either one of those, and I think it's going to be the former. So let's go to Ben and get quite a bit of narrative from Robert Renaud and his final lap, let's hope.
Yeah, he's just wandered off a second. I think he's going to go and get his cap and join me in a few moments' time to explain exactly how those last couple of laps went down. He's looking for a mask. Of course, we will have to wear these masks, which is already falling off my face. There we go, that's better. And we will wait. There we go, there's a mask. Fantastic. Robert, congratulations. A tricky, kind of unique final stint for you there, having to stay behind a teammate and keep somebody else from unlapping themselves.
Yeah, of course, it was not easy. Sometimes it's even worse to go slow on the track, or it's harder than pushing all lap times, but that's part of the game, so it was good for our teammate. In the end, it's fine for us as well. We are in leading position. We have a lot of fuel in the car, really good tires now, because we were just rolling around, so in the end it was a perfect day for us.
Yeah, were you really just playing every Code 60 as they came and not really working to an overall plan, but just trying to get the best out of the first 4 hours?
Yeah, that's right. And we were not always lucky with the Code 60, but we tried to use everything. So, as you said, we went always in. Once we had to stop and had no refueling because it went green again, but that's part of the game. In the end, we are P1, so everything fine.
And how important was it to make sure you didn't pass your teammate and keep them on the lead lap for the team?
You never know what happens tomorrow if we have a problem with our car. So the 92 is still in the game. That's important for on the team side. And for us, it was okay.
And what are you predicting tomorrow? There are some rumours of a little bit of rain to wake up to tomorrow morning, and then a whole 8 hours worth of racing.
That's no problem. We're used to rain since last year, so in the end, it's the same for everybody. I'm really looking forward. It's going to be a tough race tomorrow, hard fight, yeah, and hopefully a lot of fun.
Awesome, thank you.
Thank you.
Robert Renauer chatting to Ben in the Precoat Herbert Motorsport garage. It is Herbert then who lead after 4 hours of this year's 12 hours of Mugello powered by Hankook. Daniel Alleman, Ralph Bone, Alfred Renauer to do plenty more driving tomorrow along with Robert. I sense that Robert will be held back for the final few stints. He may do a bit of driving through the course of the day as well, but they're in just about the perfect position overnight. Dynamic Motorsport, a full minute and 30 seconds back this evening, but remember that evaporates overnight and becomes a matter of metres, 1 metre quite possible, or possibly 2 metres. That seems to be the order of the day, separating those two cars on the grid tomorrow. Herbert Motorsport from Dynamic Motorsport. The Ferrari for Middle Cap Racing with Scuderia Praha with Miroslav Vebor tried to hang on, will get a lead lap start tomorrow and from third position for the Czech team, but very much with Slovakian partners for 2021. And Bobby Gonzalez, protected by the eventual winner tonight, Robert Renauer, was on Bobby's tail but had no intention of overtaking, and that ensures that both Herbert Motorsport 911 GT3s get a front row and lead lap start tomorrow. Not front row, but first couple of rows at least for Herbert. The first driver to miss out, Manuel Laut, despite his every best effort to get ahead of Robert Renauer. We think he was ahead at one of the sector splits, but couldn't make that last. And car 66 finishing over for the overnight period then in fifth. Mike Verschoor, having led the race earlier on for Equipe Verschoor, and the Renault RS01 finishes in sixth place ahead of Axel Sartingen for the Hella Padgett Racing 1 Ferrari squad. Eighth place for Rutronic Racing by TECE, the Audi for Elia Earhart, car 18, finishing 8th ahead of Shane Lewis in the CP Racing Mercedes, and the 724 Nikolai Elganayan driven Reiter Engineering KTM Crossbow. So that is the GTX leader into Friday evening. Another class leader is the Willy Motorsport by Ebby Motors Porsche for Fabrizio Broggi, despite the off-track moment within an hour of the checkered flag being shown. But thankfully for the Italian outfit, rather the Romanian outfit, an Italian driver, they didn't lose out on the class lead. Thomas Gosner ended up in the Arrabbiata Gravel in the MP Racing Mercedes, but clung on to 10th place, nevertheless, in the GT3 AM division. Jutta Racing and their Porsche finishes 13th and second in the 991 class. And third and fourth in the 991 class, GDL Racing, car 967, and Stadler Motorsport, the 920. A few more 991 class cars come next. The profile doors by Uber Racing Porsche for Nikolai Gadetsky, and Paolo Ginemi for Ebby Motors, finishing 6th in 991. I've skipped by the GTX leader. No, I did mention that at the time. That's the KTM Crossbow. But second in that class is the RD Science Racing Team Lamborghini Huracan Super Trofeo. Third in GTX is the Vortex V8 for Boris Guimont and the 701 car. GT4 race leader is the Chentry Porsche Ticino entered 718 Cayman for Antonio Spavoni and the rest of his teammates, but Antonio brought that car to the flag, car 412. Another 991 car comes next, the sister machine for San Marino outfit GDL Racing, car number 969. Then a GTX machine in fifth place in class is the Lotus Exige for Lotus PB Racing, and second place in GT4, a troubled run for ST Racing, actually ending in the fueling area, so didn't take the checkered flag, and they will most likely have to take an overnight penalty. Sixth in GTX is the Lippert Motorsport car. That's no doubt out of the race after a big crash on the main straight, hitting the concrete barrier incredibly hard after something on the rear of the car failed. And the Team Zackspeed machine, not a retirement, but actually has done less of a distance than the stricken Lamborghini. Back in the race, there is an opportunity for German outfit Team Zackspeed, with all that history in various disciplines in the sport, to improve on a position which is at the moment 41st overall. We will watch with interest what they get up to tomorrow. So many highlights after just 4 hours. We've only had a third of this event so far, and let's recall some of them. So don't forget, I'm sure you haven't forgotten, there are 8 hours still to go of the Hankook 12 hours of Mugello. We are set for the build-up at 9:30 Central European time on Saturday morning. And that takes us neatly into when the cars are gridded up. Well, they'll be gridded up tonight under Parc Fermé conditions. And you can join myself, Johnny Palmer, Joe Bradley and Ben Constanduras for the lead-up to the continuation of the 7th edition of the Hankook 12 Hours of Mugello, right here on RS1, part of the Radio Show Limited network of channels. Have a very pleasant evening, everybody. Sleep well. And we'll have a much bigger dose of the 12 Hours of Mugello tomorrow. Bye-bye.
One championship, 8 races, legendary circuits, drivers from all over the world, one family, one passion, endurance racing. Welcome to the most professional endurance racing series for all drivers, amateurs, semi-professional and professional. Welcome to the 24-hour series powered by Hankook. Round 1, the Hankook 24 Hours of Dubai. Round 2, the Hankook 12 Hours of Mugello. Round 3, the Hankook 12 Hours of Circuit Paul Ricard. Round 4, Hankook 12 Hours of the Hockenheim Route. Round 5, Hankook 24 Hours of Portimao. Round 6, the Hankook 24 Hours of Barcelona for the Trofeo Fermi Valer. Round 7, the Coppa Florio for the Hankook 12 Hours of Sicily. Round 8, the Hankook 24 Hours of Sebring. Can you beat the challenge of 8 endurance races? Will you become the 24-hour series champion for 2021? This is endurance. Call your racing friends and register now.